that is down toward the start line. So whether that leads to any big change in our weather remains to be seen. But a big program, as I said, about 69 races to be rode today, and the first one will be getting underway in just a couple of moments' time. That'll be Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4, and we have on the start line, or getting ready on the start line at the moment, is St Catherine's number 1, Tara School in lane 2, the MLC School in lane 3, Canberra Grammar School in lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi number 1 in lane 5. In lane 6 we'll have Queenwood number 1, in 7 Pymble Ladies College number 1, Roseville number 1 in lane 8, and Loreto Normanhurst, our host school, in the lane 9. That's on the grandstand side of the course, and that race should be underway in just a few minutes' time. We can see now on the screen, if you're looking down there, we can see the all the crews are lined up at this stage. I have trouble peering into the sun down toward the start line, so I'll certainly be relying on the screen. And we can see race 1, Schoolgirls 4, Division 1 underway now. We're looking at Normanhurst in the front of the screen, leading across the field they're on, but all crews seem to have got away to a very, very good start indeed. Again, I'm having trouble picking up exactly what's happening. You might be able to see on the big screen to the west of the grandstand, perhaps a bit better and a bigger figure than I may, but we can see there the conditions for rowing very good. This is the Schoolgirl 4. These are girls who've been rowing for a few seasons. It's being rowed over 2,000 metres, so we're expecting some good quality rowing in this class. In the Schoolgirl 4, in fact, there are 2 divisions, and that'll be followed again by a 1,000-metre event, which is the Year 8 double scull, relatively junior compared with the girls on the water at the moment. One of the features of the entries from the host school, Loreto, today is a number of previous students, old girls at the school, who are involved in coaching. They've all come back to the school, and they are coaching schools, crews, which will be represented right throughout the day's rowing. And there we have over the 500-metre mark, and it's Queenwood in front with a time of 1:47.8. They're about 2.5 seconds in front of St Catherine's, with Roseville, Kinross, Wallaroi, Pymble, Canberra Grammar and Tara in 7th, with Loreto, Normanhurst and the MLC school. So it's Queenwood leading St Catherine's by about 3 seconds at the 500-metre mark, 3/4 of the race yet to go. I was very impressed with the rowing at this class at the Independent School Championship on this course last week, and one of the features was the excellent performance, I thought, that came from many of the senior and in fact junior schools from St Catherine's. They did very, very well indeed, and proving to be quite well again at the stage. Well, back to the race at the moment, about to reach the 500 metre mark, the halfway mark, and there we have it. Who's over first? It's still Queenwood. They were leading at the 500 metre mark, still in front, still leading St Catherine's. In fact, they've extended their lead by about 2 seconds. Now, from my ancient view, looking into the sun, the crews are all coming into my vision at the moment, and it's great to see a full house. That is, every one of the lanes on the course occupied for this particular race. And it's particularly pleasing, of course, to see crews from non-metropolitan Sydney taking part. And in the centre of the field, we have there in lane 4, Canberra Grammar School, and then Kinross Walleroy, both of whom are regular attendees to regattas here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So the race well and truly through the halfway mark at the moment. Queenwood had extended their 500 metre lead by a couple of seconds, about 4.5 seconds in front at the halfway mark. You see the breeze has come up a little. You can see by the flags it is a cross breeze, but I don't think it's certainly enough to interfere with the rowing. These girls have... oh, Georgia. Well, moving up to the final stages of this initial race, race 1 in today's program, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. And as we can see, it is right in the centre of the field. It is the Queenwood School there leading. They've led all the way and have extended their lead as they progress, which is rather good. Very nice start for Queenwood so early in the regatta. Well, I'm looking right across to the far side. St Catherine's, they've been in second place for most of the race. They appear to me have been lifting their effort a little. They're trying to catch up the leeway, but with perhaps 400 metres left in this race, it's going to be a bit hard to overtake that gap, and I would think it's going to be Queenwood comfortably holding off that challenge from St Catherine's on the far side. The real battle, as far as I can see, is going to be for third place, and that'll be Kinross, Walleroy and Roseville fighting it out. That's my guess at the moment, but we'll see what emerges over the last 300 metres. Race 1 about to come to the end, Schoolgirl 4, Division 1. And yes, it looks like it is a nice win. That St Catherine's crew, as I said, has lifted their effort, they've lifted their rating, but they're not going to catch this school from Queenwood. Rowing there in lane 6, the Queenwood School, and it will be Queenwood over the line in first place, about 3 strokes to go. Then St Catherine's on the far side in lane 1. And then Kinross Walleroy in lane 3. And the winning time there was 7 minutes 21.11. And confirming the placings at this stage, Queenwood number 1, St Catherine's number 2, and Kinross Walleroy from the Central West in third place. Division 1, Schoolgirl 4. Our race 2 on the program is the second division of the same classification. Boats lined up. I think they might be nearly underway at the moment, but we have in lane 1 Kinross Wallaroi, number 2. Lane 2, Pymble Ladies College in lane number 2. Roseville, number 2 in lane 3. Roseville, 3 beside them in 4. Loreto Kirribilli, number 3 in lane 5. St Catherine's, number 2 in lane 6. Queenwood, 2 in lane 7. Loreto Kirribilli, number 4 in lane 8. And in lane 9, Canberra Grammar School. And the race definitely underway. I've missed the start, but the race just completed. We can confirm the timing of 7:21.11. First, Queenwood, number 1. Second, St Catherine's. And third, Kinross Wallaroi. In the race number 2, moving up very close to the 500-metre mark at the moment, and I'm looking across, I think it might be the Kinross Wallaroi crew. I'm just looking at over the 500-metre mark, and it is St Catherine's in front at this stage, leading Canberra Girls Grammar by just over a second, with Queenwood in third place. Behind them, Kinross Wallaroi, Loreto Kirribilli in 7th and 8th position. So we got St Catherine's in leading at this stage in race 2 of the Schoolgirl 4, Division 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be having presentations for the major finals throughout the day, but we'll keep you informed of that as the regatta program proceeds. It's race 2 underway at the moment. St Catherine's in front at the 500-metre mark, and I think they are certainly maintaining their lead at this stage in the race. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is a very proud history of rowing at Loreto Normanhurst included in your program, and it's worth having a read because it's a record to be proud of. Well, moving up now, and I think it's still looking at that St Catherine's crew there, out of lane 6 in front, but it's only a very, very narrow lead. Looking head on, I'd say it's probably St Catherine's, Queenwood and Canberra Girls Grammar School. That's, as I read it, looking head on, and that's certainly it. There we are at the 1,500 metre mark. St Catherine's remaining in front, pushed by Queenwood, Canberra Girls Grammar. Then we have Kinross Wallaroi and the 2 Loreto Kirribilli crews, 5th, 6th position, and Pymble Ladies College in lane 7, followed by Roseville. So it is a St Catherine's lead at this stage, being hotly pursued by the Queenwood School in the lane right beside them. That's lane 6 and 7. Now this is going to be a great race. There's been a real effort from the Queenwood crew over the last 150 metres or so. They've moved right up within striking distance of the St Catherine's crew. I commented earlier the improvement in the St Catherine's rowing squad this year. They boat out of the UTS boat shed in Iron Cove, and there is a battle royal going on here. I'm looking over at St Catherine's, a smooth crew. They're getting together, they're applying their weight through the water very, very well indeed. But there's a very brisk tempo about that Queenwood school as they move right up, and they've got their bow ball in front of that St Catherine's crew at the moment. So St Catherine's having read all the way to this stage. It will be the Queenwood crew. Queenwood number 2 in lane 7, who crosses the line over in half a length there over St Catherine's right beside them. So a lot of clear water back, and it will be Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 9 over in 3rd place. And the winning time 7:35.53. Well, that was an extremely well-judged race by the Queenwood crew. St Catherine's led at the 500, the 1,000, the 1,500 metre mark. It wasn't until the last couple of 100 metres that the Queenwood crew really pulled out stops and moved across. And we're just waiting for the last of the crews in that race. That's Roseville number 3 crew to cross the line now. And there's no wasting of time. We're looking down at the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull, Division 1. And there are, in fact, again, 2 divisions in this place. Now, Year 8, relatively new to rowing, relatively, compared to the Schoolgirl 4, which has just completed their 2 divisions. So, Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. And in lane 1, North Sydney Girls High, good to see them on the water, represented by Ada Wen and Chuan Yi. The MLC School by Isabel Wasseretarin and Luella Farah. Pimble in lane 3, Serena Cummings and Claire Ferreira. In lane 4, Sydney Girls High School, Amy Du and Zhu Zhang. In lane 5, Sydney Girls High School again, Mia Williams and Saskia Alexander. I think they rode last week as well. In lane 6, Sydney Girls High School, Alison Rayo and Aisling Considine. MLC's in lane 7, Jemima Blake and Adelaide Abernethy. And in lane 8, Pimble's Ladies College, Lucy Simpson and Georgia Yun. And it is over a 1,000 metre mark. We now have a start in race 3, and one of the problems are that at the 1,000 metre mark, over which distance this race is being run, the starters have to align by sight. Now that often is a little difficult, particularly if there's a breeze and particularly if there are very inexperienced rowers, and often the combination may cause a slight delay. But generally speaking, I have to say our boat race officials here within Rowing New South Wales are excellent at keeping our race program on time. And I found in the past that even if there is a delay, for example, at a start like we've just had, they work very hard to catch it up. So, cutting through the scheme again. Lane 1 on the far side, North Sydney Girls High, the MLC school. Right beside them, PLC, that's Pymble Ladies in lane 3, Sydney Girls High Schools in lanes 4 and 5, and 6 indeed. And then the MLC school in 7 and Pymble Ladies in 8. So, a good lineup, Year 8, Double Scull, and the first division. Moving up to Ward, must be close to the 500 metre mark in this race at the moment. It is being raced over 1,000 metres, and I look ahead again, looking front on. The crew that appeals to me is on the grandstand side. They appear to be pretty prominent. That's Pymble Ladies, but if I look across to Sydney Girls number 2 in lane 6, they appear to be prominent, but I'll try and get a better reading on that when we pass the next mark. And I'm looking there at, must be close to there we are, over the 500 metre mark at the moment. It is Sydney Girls High School. They've got a good lead at the moment. It's about 4 or 5 seconds in front of Pymble Ladies over there. So very good effort by Sydney Girls High School. And in fact, I'm delighted to see 3 crews for representing Sydney Girls High School on the water in this race today. Over the years, very, very strong rowing team, but in latter years, their numbers have been down a bit. But great to see these 3 crews here today. But no doubt, looking now right down the centre of the field there, that's Sydney Girls High School crew number 2. A definite dominating performance with about 400 metres of the race yet to go. Pymble Ladies, I think, might be pressing them, but then again, the MLC school in lane 7, and I look across to Pymble Ladies number 3, they also, or Sydney Girls number 5, both doing very, very well indeed. Through a bit of a choppy patch there, we can see ripples on the water, a little bit of a splashy conditions as the blades go in there, but doesn't seem to be upsetting, detracting from Alice Allenroe and Ashley Considine there, coached by Tal Lewis. He's in fact in coaching all of the 3 Sydney Girls High School crews on the water at the moment. So very, very good effort here. Looking to try and confirm in lane 6 Sydney Girls High School, the brown and the yellow there, and Sydney Girls High School number 2 out of lane 6, and 1 more stroke will get the hooter, and there we have it. A very, very comfortable row. A lot of clear water back to their crewmate, and that's Sydney Girls High School number 1 rowing out of lane 5. So, and the time 4:26.29. So very good effort by Sydney Girls High School, and still a lot of clear water back to our 3rd place getter. It will be Pymble Ladies number 1 in 3rd place. Then comes the MLC school, Pymble Ladies number 3. And on the far side of the river, a couple of crews yet to complete. That's the MLC school, and I think it's North Sydney Girls High School. Very good row by this Year 8 double scull, and in fact that's the same category yet to come down the course over the 1,000 metre mark, and we can see the crews underway at the moment. So race number 4, Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2, underway at the moment. Now running through the list, we have in lane 1 Pymble Ladies number 4, in lane 2 the MLC school number 3, in lane 3 Pymble Ladies number 2, the MLC school number 4 in the centre of the field, lane 4, Barker College, lane 5. Good to see Barker on the water, relatively new school at rowing, Sydney Girls number 3, in lane 6, in lane 7 Loreto Kirribilli number 1, and Sydney Girls High School number 4. So I'm watching with interest this, given the very, very good performance by Sydney Girls High School in this same classification the previous race. I expect that they'll probably do very, very well, and seeing there's two crews from Sydney Girls High School in this race. And looking again head on, and I would suggest that it is probable that Sydney Girls High School, particularly that in lane 8, that's Sydney Girls High School number 4, together with their club mates over in lane 6, could be 1 and 2 in this race, but that will become clearer as they move a little closer. They're looking up at the 500 metre mark. It was Barker College in front out of lane 5, and Barker were about 10 seconds or so in front of Sydney Girls High. That wasn't the impression I had looking head on, but as they get closer, yes, a good, comfortable lead by Barker at this stage. 10 seconds is a lot of water under the bridge in a race like this, so I would think that Barker could confidently expect Barker College, made up of Lucia Stimoli and Charlotte Yu, and doing and performing very, very well indeed. They had a 10-second lead at the 500 metre mark, and there was a further 10 seconds back to Pymble Ladies number 4, so the margin 1, 2 and 3 have got a lot of water between them, but there's a lot of water back to the rest of the field in this race. Still a little bit of a cross breeze in this race as we move toward the finishing line, about 250 metres yet to go. A little bit of a steering problem from the Barker College crew there as they cross over into a next lane, but certainly not interfering with anyone, but perhaps just adding to a bit of distance for their own race. But without the bow ball number there, and again we got a little bit of a steering problem from Sydney Girls High School as they cross lanes as well. But this is relatively junior school rowing, but it will be. I called Barker, but that doesn't look like Barker to me. No bow ball, so we'll see what it says. It does say Sydney Girls High School. So that's a very good thing, a winning time of 4:34.53. So it is Sydney Girls High School 3, Sydney Girls High School 4. And crossing on the far side, Pymble Ladies number 4. Yes, it is. So we can confirm at this stage, Sydney Girls High School number 3 across in first place. Immediately behind them, Sydney Girls High School number 4, and then Pymble Ladies College number 3. Crossing the line now, Loreto Kirribillis and then Barker College. Now it's interesting, on the screen the Barker College came up as being the leaders at one stage of the race, but certainly the performance, we've got a bit of a problem out there on the water at the moment. Umpires talking to 2 of the crews. Looks like they could be the 2 crews from Pymble Ladies College there, 2 and 4, 2 and number 4. But while those double sculls are finishing, race number 5 is in progress at the moment, and it is the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. Our program has 4 starters. I can only see 2 at this stage. And again, it is the Sydney High School scullers doing very, very well on the water at the moment. Sydney girls, that's Emily Devlin at the 500 metre mark, has about a 4-second lead over Sophia Young, also from Sydney Girls High, with Lee Tan from North Sydney Girls High Girl in 3rd place. So it's been a particularly good result for Sydney Girls High School over these recent double sculls, and in this case the single scull. And it looks like it's the Mina Cathanthus from MLC School had a non-starter. But both these girls from North Sydney, from Sydney Girls High, good battle here, and I think it's Lee Tan here in front out of lane 6, or Emily Devlin, sorry. Emily Devlin will be over the line in first place in just a moment or two, and there we have it. Emily Devlin from Sydney Girls High School, first place. Drifting over the line there was Sophia Yang in second place, winning time 4:52.05. Which will leave a lot of clear water back to our representative from North Sydney Girls, Lee Tan. And it's these are Year 8, so again, relatively inexperienced scullers, rowers, so it is very, very good to see these young girls on the water. Well, we're moving back to the 2,000 metre mark at the moment. This is the first big boat of the afternoon, race number 6, Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 10-8. And we do have running through the list in lane 1. It's Queenwood number 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Pymble in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in 5, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6, Radford College from the ACT in lane 7, and Loreto Normanhurst in lane 8. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have about to have a presentation for race one in our program today, and we'll go through that presentation, the first of our medal presentations, while this race is coming down the road. That's over the 2,000 metre mark, the schoolgirl year 10-8. But in the meantime, our medalists from race one, that's Division 1 of the schoolgirl 4, is about to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the medalists, and not on the field, but in bronze medalist was Kinross Walleroy, silver medalist St Catherine's, and our winning, the gold medalist in this schoolgirl 4 event, Queenwood. Queenwood represented by Addison Rolls, Chloe Driver, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, and Sienna Fraser as our coxswain. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations, our gold medalist, schoolgirl 4, Division 1. And we still have waiting for a start in our year 10-8 event, but we are ready to proceed with yet another presentation, and this will be the presentation for the second race on our program today, and that is Division 2 of the schoolgirl 4. And our winners moving down to the podium at the moment. For this event, our bronze medalists were our visitors from Canberra, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Our silver medalists were St Catherine's here in New South Wales. And our gold medalist, Queenwood. Again, the second gold for Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell. Olivia Don't. Charlotte Botha, Zoe James, and our cox, Chloe Regatta. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We should award and applaud our schoolgirl 4 Division 2 winners, the Queenwood School. So back to the water at the moment, and we're looking at a start, about to have a start from the first of our 8 events for today, schoolgirl year 10-8. And I've said before many times, one of the great sights of the Regatta Centre here is seeing a full house, a full field of 8s coming down the water. Is quite a spectacular sight. And there is a start, and they're away. Queenwood in 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Pimble Ladies in 3, Kinross Walleroy, Canberra Grammar School in the centre of the, or Canberra Girls Grammar rather, in the centre of the field, lanes 4 and 5, Loreto in Kirribilli in 6, Radford in 7, and Loreto Normanhurst in 8. And it appears like a good even start, so it will take quite a few strokes, of course, before the field settles down and we do get some pattern. Now, it is being rowed over 2,000 metres, so we can give our divisional reports at the 500 metre mark and the halfway. I did mention earlier in the program that one of the features of rowing at our host school at the moment is the fact that many of the school old girls are in fact coaching crews here today, and in fact one of them is here coaching the Loreto Normanhurst crew is Hannah Cowup. Now, she was the class of 2019. She was a cox at Sydney Rowing Club. She coxed the, she rowed it number 4 in the New South Wales Youth Eights last year, and this year again. She was in the Australian under-23 team in 2022 and back in 2018, and she's currently studying Bachelor of Nursing at the University of Sydney. So Hannah, good to see you back supporting your old school, and as I mentioned, there are several previous students coaching our Normanhurst crews today, and we'll talk about them as they come into being. But still waiting for the 500 metre mark to come up. I look across at the water at the moment. Conditions appear to be quite reasonable down there on that early 500 metre mark, and there appears to be no really dominant or standout crew at this time. Certainly a pattern is gradually developing, and I'll be able to get a better idea of that pattern when we get the readings off at the 500 metre mark, which must be coming up very, very soon indeed. Direction of breeze has changed a little. It was across course a little earlier, south to north, but at the moment it seemed to have swung, and it will be a tail breeze at this time, and certainly that can be an advantage to some of the timings, particularly with the more experienced rowers, and less of a disadvantage to less experienced rowers. But again, I'm looking at head-on for this, and it would appear to me, just a head-on view, that the Kinross Wallaroi School, together with Loreto Kirribilli, is probably doing very well at the moment, but again, I'll be able to confirm that a little later on. Kinross Wallaroi, yes, in front of the 1,000 metre mark. They're about 4 seconds in front of Loreto Kirribilli, with Canberra Girls High School a fair distance back, about another 10 seconds. Then comes Pymble Ladies College, Normanhurst, St Catherine's, Radford and Queenwood. So at this stage, a very, very good row up in the top 3, but a bit of clear water back to the remainder of the field. This is race number 6, Division 1, Schoolgirl Year 10 8. Very nice shots there on the big screen. You can see, looking at some of the work, it's nice and smooth, good way work, and no real damage caused by the following breeze at this stage. So Kinross Wallaroi leading at the 1,000 metre mark. It would appear to me that they're hanging on to that lead, and pressed a little by Loreto Kirribilli, 2 lanes to the grandstand side. Our host school, Loreto Normanhurst, in lane 1, probably back in about 4th position, perhaps 5th at this time. But a very solid row from Kinross Wallaroi. Kinross Wallaroi, regular competitors down here at the Regatta Centre. They come down from Orange on a regular basis, and given the limited training on water training facilities they have an enviable reputation here at the Regatta Centre. So doing very, very well in this race, perhaps a length and a half in front of Canberra Girls Grammar School. Well, Loreto and Normanhurst have moved right up, which is actually very good to see. So Kinross, Walleroy, Xanthi Staniford, Jenna Wilcombe, Mahara Wiley, Maggie Kirby, Olivia Searle, Sophie Loof and Jemima Scammell, Tisa Wong and Emily Caro in the Cox's seat. Pretty dominant here, and we'll see them in about 3-4 strokes cross that line. There we have it, and a nice time there, 7:02.71. And in second place, in lane 6, it is Loreto Kirribilli. But a very nice win by the Kinross Walleroy. Even pace back. We're looking over at Pymble Ladies College at the moment. They will cross to be in third place. Beside them, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Then comes Radford, crossing the line on the far side now, St Catherine's, and then I think it's Queenwood on the far side. But that winning time, 7:02.71 by Kinross Walleroy, about a 11-second lead, or nearly 12-second lead over the second place getters from Loreto Kirribilli and then Pymble Ladies College. We're going on to division number 2 now of the same classification, schoolgirl year 10-8. And the starters in this next event, again over 2,000 metres, Kinross Walleroy in lane 1, or 3 actually, but on the far side in 4, Loreto Normanhurst. We have Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3, well, it's third lane across, but actually lane 5. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies, and in lane 7, Queenwood number 2. And the race is certainly well and truly underway at this stage. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was again Kinross Walleroy in a reasonably comfortable position there. Again, we have another crew from our host school here today. Another crew which is coached by an old boy an old girl of the school actually. It is Lizzie Bolster. Now Lizzie left school in 21. She coxed all her time throughout school, and she competed in the nationals, and currently she's coxing at Sydney University Boat Club. She went to Henley this year for the nationals and the uni games, and she's studying to be a Bachelor of Primary Education at University of Sydney. So very, very well done. Yet another former student coaching her old school from Normanhurst. I look at the 1,000-metre mark, and it is still Kinross Walleroy leading a good, comfortable lead again, nearly 13 seconds over Loreto Kirribilli. So a very nice, comfortable lead by Kinross Walleroy, replicating the position in Division 1 of this, where Kinross at the same stage had certainly a similar lead. Now, we look closely down there, Kinross Walleroy on the far side. Moderate rating, I haven't got a watch on it, but they're smooth in their thing. They're rating relatively highly compared to the other schools. Loreto Kirribilli, who their challenger, but still a few seconds behind, lifting their rating just a fraction at the moment. They're challenged by Loreto Normanhurst. A bit of a challenge coming in, but again, a guess as I look head on, probably about half a boat length in front of the stage, and then back to, I suppose it's Queenwood, where a minus a starter there somewhere. So I'm assuming it might be the Queenwood School, that or PLC, but again, there we are. Queenwood is certainly there, so we're probably minus PLC number 2, Pymble Ladies number 2 at this stage. So at the 1500 metre mark, it is Kinross Walleroy still with a comfortable lead. They've extended it to 18 seconds. Then back to Loreto Kirribilli, then to Loreto Normanhurst, and there's a bit of a race challenge between the two Loretos there. Then a fair distance back to Queenwood, like 25 seconds. So this is Division 2, Schoolgirl Year 10, 8. And again, we can see the controlled performance by the Kinross Walleroy 8 over there. Not hurrying, they've not got any challenge, content to just look back, rowing a little short. Nevertheless, they're over the line, and that has not taken away from their performance at all, which ends up 7:24.48. So a good, comfortable lead, and we're looking back to Loreto Kirribilli here in lane 5. And they'll be just ahead, perhaps 2 lengths ahead of the Loreto Normanhurst starter in that our host school for today's regatta. A fair bit of distance back to the Queenwood School, but a very, very comfortable pair of wins by Kinross Walleroy. They won Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8, and then Division 2 of that same classification. Queenwood about to cross the line at the moment. Well, we're moving back to the 1,000-metre mark at the moment, and this is the race for Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. There are 2 divisions in this race, and we can see the 1,000-metre mark line up at the moment, and it is Kinross Walleroy lane 1, Sydney Girls High School in lane 3, Pymble Ladies in 4, St Catherine's in 5, Queenwood in 6, Canberra Grammar School in 7, and on the grandstand side, the Tara School. Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. And there is a start. As I mentioned, the starts at the 1,000-metre mark are done by alignment rather than being held as they are at the 2,000-metre mark. And sometimes a problem, but this group in this race, number 8, is away fairly comfortably and on time. We've still got that little breeze on the course, and again it's changed direction. It's coming across field now, looking at the directions of the flag. But I don't think it's certainly enough to cause any angst to the rowers on the water at the moment. Now this looks head on to be a fairly straight line across there. If there's any dominance, it's coming from the centre of the field. I'm looking at perhaps St Catherine's and Queenwood in particular, but either side of them, Canberra Grammar and Pymble Ladies, they're right in there. Kinross Walleroy on the far side is certainly in a good striking distance. So this is going to be a lot more even a race than have been the 2 8 races just completed. It is Division 1 Year 9 Cox Quads, and we're moving up to the 500 metre mark at the moment, and it is Kinross Walleroy in front, Queenwood in second place, Sydney Girls High School just a second or so behind, then Pymble, St Catherine's and Tara. And as we speak, I can see that Kinross Walleroy crew lifting their effort quite considerably. You can see them, the shoulders lifting now. The rating hasn't gone up a lot, but their effort has. And they're up on a straight line over there, I think with Pymble Ladies College, and then across to St Catherine's, and then Queenwood right beside them, and Canberra Grammar School. So this is going to be an excellent race for all 3 places. Kinross Walleroy, I think, starting to exercise some dominance on the race on the far side, and not only their effort but their rating has now lifted, and they're starting to move away and lengthen that lead that they have. But the real battle is going to be second and third. No doubt about Kinross Walleroy, they will be over the line in third place, but I got no guarantees on second and third at this stage. And it will be Pymble Ladies will cross, I think, fortunately for half a length lead, but third place, very close indeed. Very close indeed. Now, judges have tentatively awarded third place to Canberra Grammar School, so it'll be Kinross Walleroy with a time of 3:07. Okay, we're just trying to confirm the race 8. There we have Kinross Walleroy, 3:45.39 it says, 3:45.39, and Pymble Ladies in second place, and then Canberra Grammar School in third place. Now we do have another presentation to go on, and we'll do that presentation. This is for the first of our 8 races. This is race number 4, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 race number 6. There we are, Schoolgirl Year 10 8, and our medalists were Pymble Ladies for our bronze medal. Loreto Kirribilli takes the silver, and on the podium now, our gold medalists of Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniford, Sienna Wilkin, Mari Wiley, Maggie Kirby, Ovia Searle, Sophie Loof, Jemina Scammell, Tessa Wong, and Emily Caro. Kinross Walleroy gold medalist, Division 1, Schoolgirl Year 10 8. Well done. So back to the water at this stage, and we are looking at the race number 9, and it is second division of the Year 9 Cox Quad. And at the 500 metres mark, it was Loreto Kirribilli leading in front of Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 1, and Roseville in third spot. Now the gap, Loreto Kirribilli had a lead of about 5 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar School, who are a further less than a second over Roseville. So the real race at this stage is second and third, Canberra Girls Grammar and Roseville. But then we look back in fourth place, Loreto, Normanhurst, Radford in lane 5, and in fifth place, then PLC Sydney and Barker College. Well, it says Barker there, but yes, here we have Barker in lane 7. Well, it appears that we've got some change from the last reading we had down there. It looks like it's, I think, Loreto Kirribilli looks to be in front at this stage. They were in second place at the 500 metre mark. So they've run a very well judged race. And over the line they go for first place. And it will be our Canberra Grammar School crew on lane 1 in second place. They were leading at the 500 metre mark. And in third place we have Roseville. Winning time 3:46.73. So just running through that, it is Loreto Kirribilli in first place, Canberra Girls Grammar School in second place, and Roseville College in third place. Winning time 3:46.73. That was Barker in that vivid red of the Barker College, crossing the line from lane 7 in race number 9. But we're looking at race 10 at the moment, again from the 1,000 metre mark. Same category as previously, but this time Division 1. Ladies and gentlemen, while this race is on, we go back to our podium again, and we do have our principal of Normanhurst presenting the medals for this race 8, which is the Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Now, our bronze medalist for this race was Canberra Grammar School. Our silver medalist were Pymble Ladies College, but our gold medalist for this event, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy. And welcome to Sydney from the Central West, young ladies from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy, Grace Tancred, Maddie O'Brien, Ruby Lego, and Charlotte Ferguson. Well, congratulations, Kinross Walleroy, winners of the gold medal for the schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull, Division 1. Presentation by Ms. Marina Ungotti from the principal of our host school, Loreto, Normanhurst. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our focus on the podium, and we're going back to race number 3 at this stage, which is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, and our winners moving down to the podium at the moment, while our current race underway goes on in the background. That race, of course, is for Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. But we move down now. Again, our presentation by Miss Marina Ungotti, from principal of Normanhurst. And our medalists for this race are, in fact, just looking for the race number, race 3, I think it was. Yeah, here we are, race 3 it is, and our medalists for this, in bronze medalists were Pymble Ladies College, in second place Sydney Girls High School, and our winners, our gold medalists, Sydney Girls High School. And Sydney Girls High School being represented by Alison Rowe and Aisling Considine, coached by Tal Lewis. So congratulations, Sydney Girls High School, on that gold medal for race number 6. And now back to the water, and the race just completed was Division 1 of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And Kinross Walleroy were first across the line with a winning time of 3:51.95. Right, we're back to the podium in it, but I'll just run through the winners. The gold medalist was for race 10, Kinross Walleroy, second place St Catherine's, and third Queenwood. Now back to the podium, and again you might just repeat what race it is so we can give an announcement, please. This is race number, perhaps you could remind me the award here, if we may. Oh dear. Well, I'm now oriented, thanks for the information. It is the medal presentation for race number 4. This is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, during which it was Pymble who won the bronze medal, Sydney Girls High School number 4, silver medalist, and the gold medalist in a winning time of 4:34.53, Sydney Girls High School. So congratulations, Camille Zankel and Zenny Zhou. And again, coached by Tal Lewis, his second gold medalist for today. So well done, Camille and Jenny, gold medalists, schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So we're looking now back to the water of race 11. And this is again Division 2 of Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed. And it's going to be well, it's a fairly close race. It's a torrid race anyway, but it's Loreto Kirribilli about 4 strokes out from crossing the line. There's their second and their third, Loreto Kirribilli. Beside them in lane 5, Tara in lane 2, and it'll be over further. We're looking at lane number 3, I think it is, for lane number 2, Canberra Girls Grammar School. They're in second place. Canberra Grammar in third place. So just running through that again, first place Loreto Kirribilli, then came Tara, and then Canberra Grammar School. And we're going back now, I think, to our race number 5, our Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull on the podium now. Our medalists were silver medalist, Sydney Girls High School, and again our gold medalist for this event, race 5, Year 8 single scull, Sydney Girls High School, represented by Emily Devlin. Congratulations, Emily. Winning time 4:52.05. Well, we do have another race on the water, but we do have time, I think, to fit in yet another medal presentation. They're coming thick and fast today, and this is race 10, Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And our silver medalists in this event, or bronze medalists, were Queenwood. Then came in the silver medalists St Catherine's. But our gold medalists for this event, Division 1, Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, Kinross Wallaroi, presentation to be undertaken by Ms. Marina Ungotti, Principal of Normanhurst. But our gold medalist, Kinross Wallaroi, Freya Stackpool, Katie Smith, Jessica Woods, Olive Glover, and Jane Bruce. So big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Kinross Wallaroi, winners of the gold medal for Division 1, Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. So race on the water at the moment. It is race number 12, Division 1, and at the 500 metres it was St Catherine's in front, and they're on the grandstand side, who were leading Canberra Girls Grammar School in second place by about 2.5 seconds. In third place, another 4 or 5 seconds back was Kinross Wallaroi. But conditions good for rowing, I think, at the moment. Of those fluttering flags there, it doesn't seem to be reflected on the water. Now, St Catherine's are on the grandstand side, doing comfortably well, I would say. They've probably enhanced their early lead at the 500 metre mark. Canberra Girls Grammar School is still there as a challenger, but I think it's fair to say St Catherine's has probably enhanced their lead a little at this stage. Lucinda Connell, Grace Rigby, Matisse Borthwick, and Laura Seaton. Bo Lapinos is the St Catherine's crew there. But it doesn't look like they've got a real challenge at this stage, but I think it could be that Kinross Wallaroi School. Traditionally, they have a very fast finish in all their races, and that might be the case today. Is it enough to get them the silver medal? Probably not, because there's only a short distance, perhaps 80 metres yet to go, and it is St Catherine's leading. Canberra Girls Grammar School lifting their rating slightly, but it won't be to any great avail at this stage, and then it will be Kinross Wallaroi in third. So St Catherine's over the line in first place, ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar School in second, then Kinross Wallaroi in third place, and that's a winning time 4:05.66. Across the line now is Canberra Girls Grammar, then it will be Tara, or Kinross Wallaroi, sorry, and then Loreto Normanhurst, then the MLC school. I think that's right. Race number 12. Well, we're looking again at race number 12. St Catherine's reinforced that lead they had right the way through the course. And Canberra Girls Grammar School in second, Kinross Wallaroi in third. And the second division of this same classification coming down the field now. We appear to have all 5 starters on the water, and they are in lane 3, Canberra Grammar, in lane 4, Queenwood, in lane 5, Pymble Ladies, in lane 6, Loreto, Kirribilli, and in lane 7, Roseville. This race being rowed over 1,000 metres, and at the 500 metres it was Loreto Kirribilli in front by nearly 4 seconds over Queenwood, then another 1 second back to Pymble Ladies College, then Canberra Grammar School, and Roseville in 5th place. This is at the 500 metre mark, and Loreto Kirribilli, 1 lane in from the grandstand, is still holding that dominant lead. It was about 4 seconds. They're still in front, but there's not much in the line across for second and third, so there's still plenty of room for a challenge to emerge out of that. But it would appear at this stage that Kirribilli have certainly got their bow ball well and truly in front, probably a length ahead of their rivals there. And again, they can see the finish line ahead. They're lifting their effort. Look at their shoulders lift. Entry to the water, clean and out. And I don't think they're in a position to be challenged at this rate. There is a big lift in the rating and effort from Roseville in lane 5, but I don't think they're in a position to challenge any of the potential medalists at this stage. So, good race here. Loreto Kirribilli, Luella Roberts, Chloe Donahue, Chloe Stevenson, Alice Shanahan, Louise Warren. Isabella Constantinian is the coach, and her crew's over the line now. Well done. Bit of a closer race for second and third, but it will be Pymble's Ladies College across in second place, with Queenwood in third place there. Winning time 4:01.56. So a very good win there by Loreto Kirribilli. Just a fraction faster than the previous division rode earlier, where St Catherine's won in a 0.05. This was for 0.1. So, good win there over 1,000 metres. And we're remaining on the 1,000-metre mark for our next race. This is race 14, Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. It is Division 1. We have 2 divisions in this race. And Division 1, which is underway now, we see Canberra Girls Grammar, which appeared from the front on to have a pretty rough start, but nevertheless, there beside them is Pimble Ladies in lane 4, North Sydney Girls High, that's number 3, lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli number 4, North Sydney Girls number 2 in lane 5, Roseville in 7, and Mossman. So good to see girl crew from Mossman Rowing Club competing there. They're in lane 8. Race 14, as we mentioned, and apart from Canberra Girls Grammar School, I suggested had a somewhat unfortunate start. That is how it appeared to me. There's a pretty good straight line right across, but I looked with interest at the Mossman crew rowing out of lane 8 on the grandstand side, probably in front, but a bit of a tussle with Roseville right beside them, and North Sydney Girls High School number 2 again beside them again. Good appearance by Loreto Kirribilli, virtually in the centre of the field. But as we speak, and I had my eye off this, the Pimble Ladies College crew over there in lane 1 is slowly emerging from the pack. I think it might be Mossman in front at this stage, and we'll just see exactly how they merge when they get a bit closer to this finish line. It is a 1,000-metre race, and it is Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Mossman doing very, very well. I think yet to try and catch Pimble's Ladies College rowing out of lane number 3, but it's going to be a good race indeed. I look at also Loreto Kirribilli coming from the centre of the field. So a pattern is emerging here, well and truly, and that pattern is dominated by Pimble Ladies College on the far side. Very distinctive in those red caps, Abigail McKinnon, Holly Hogan, Ella Willits, Hannah Willett, and Bonnie Hebblethwaite, coaches Ben Brooker and Isabel Singyar. So it will be about 2 strokes, and we'll see the crew from lane 3, Pimble Ladies College, go over in time. Mossman, good performance by the Mossman crew on the opposite side of the field in 2nd place, and it's Loreto Kirribilli in 5 in 3rd place. The winning time from Queenwood, incidentally, or from Pimble Ladies rather, was 4:08.78. So good race. Very even for most of the race, but the pattern emerged with Mossman in 2nd, Kirribilli in the centre of the field in 3rd, the winner coming from lane form in Pimble Ladies College. Now we're back on the water again. The next race is underway, and it is Division 2 of the same category, Year 9 Cox Quads. St Catherine's in lane 2, Canberra Grammar in lane 3, North Sydney Girls in lane 4, and they appear to be pretty dominant at this stage. Queenswood in 5. Then we've got Loreto Normanhurst in 6, and Radford on the grandstand side. Yes, it appears that if I'm right, it is the Queenwood crew there. Um, Pretty well in front. Don't seem to be hurried, taking their time. There is certainly a challenge coming over there from St Catherine's on the far side, but with 100 metres yet to go, there's a fair bit of clear water to be made up at this stage. But I don't think the Queenwood crew there are terribly hurried. Taking their time, they just sit back, look at the rest of the field behind them, and here we are, just lifting a fraction of a rating for the last half dozen strokes. So it will be lane 5, Queenwood, over the line in first place, with a winning time of 4:05.68. Second goes to St Catherine's, 14 seconds behind. So it was a pretty dominant performance by that Queensland quad. And then Canberra Grammar School in lane 3. North Sydney Girls number 1 was in 4th. In 5th it was Loreto Normanhurst, with Radford College just crossing the line now. And again, it's good to see schools like Radford joining us. Pleased to see Canberra Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto, Kirribilli and Radford all here today. Oh, we're moving on. Still at the 1,000 metre mark for our next event, which is race 16, Division 1 of the Year 10 Cox Quad. And we have Loreto Kirribilli number 6 in lane 2, St Catherine's 7 in lane 3, St Catherine's 6 in 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in 5, Queenwood number 3 in 6, Canberra Girls Grammar in 7, and Pymble Ladies College in lane 8. So good to see two girls crews from Canberra Girl Grammar down there. Usually do their training on Lake Burley Griffin, of course, with a relatively new, large and modernised boat shed down there, which is certainly far superior to their original boat shed, which was the case when I had a daughter and granddaughter both at Canberra Girls Grammar School. Still waiting for a start in this event, a race number 16. And we get on the screen a very good concept of the job the starter has to do. He's got to do an alignment by eye, and in junior crews and in windy conditions, this can be somewhat of a difficult situation, but conditions out there look pretty good at the moment, even though these girls, year 9, relatively inexperienced scullers and rowers. Bit of touching as the boats come up into line, under starters' instructions obviously at this stage. Yep. So get any particular cruise you want, or just all winners?
When they complete their race, if they can head to the pontoon to collect their medals straight away rather than coming back later.
Understood, will do, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just had a request. Would the winners of all events, instead of going back to the boat shed, if at the conclusion of their race they come to the pontoon so that the medal presentations can proceed immediately. Now, it's understood, of course, sometimes the rowers, scullers, have to get away to compete in another event. We know that. But the request is, on the completion of each race, if practical, would all winners come immediately to the pontoon for the presentation ceremony? Well, we do have a start, so the starter was a lion of that a moment. This is race 16, schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull, division number 1, over 1,000 metres. Now, of interest, the also a request from our boat race officials, would each crew, each school, each club, please ensure that all bow numbers are returned as soon as practicable after the conclusion of the race. Now, we do have some traditional laggards in this area. They are reluctant to come back immediately, but there is a need for those bow numbers to be returned almost immediately. So, as soon as practicable, please get them back. Well, race 16 underway. I look down, the leader to my view, and I'm waiting for confirmation as this could be Pimble Ladies in lane 8, or if I look right across to lane 3, St Catherine's. Either of those two, I'm looking head on, perhaps an advantage with St Catherine's. Yes, and that's confirmed by the official 500 metre reading. St Catherine's in front. They have a 9-second lead over their club mate, St Catherine's number 7. Then back to Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd and 4th. So St Catherine's number 6 leading at the 500 metre mark. St Catherine's 7 in 2nd. Canberra Girls Grammar School in 3rd. Canberra Girls Grammar School in 4th. That's at the 500 metre mark. So St Catherine's doing very, very well here. I don't know how many lengths it would be, St Catherine's at this stage, but certainly it is a dominant lead at this stage. Evie Lloyd, Stella Owen Derrick Smith, Georgie Schmidt, Elvie Liston and Xenia Hugh. They're coached by Jeff Patterson. And they did very well at last week's regatta as well. So they're perhaps trying to repeat that performance at the moment. Very dominant win, lots of clear water back, no need to hurry, but this is a nicely performed St Catherine's crew. They got it together, the body movements are nice, blade work very, very good indeed. No need to hurry, no need to lift their effort, and they will cross over there for first place, Catherine's number 2. Second place looks like being another St Catherine's crew, probably St Catherine's number 7. Yes, I think it is number 2. So very good effort there. And third place with no bow ball, but I think no bow number, that is. I think it'll be Pimble Ladies College. And yes, we confirm that. Winning time 3:55.73. St Catherine's number 6 in first place. St Catherine's 7 in second. Pimble Ladies in third place. and gentlemen, that race concluded. We looked at our medal presentations. So our focus is on the podium, and we're looking at this stage to race number 11, and that is the second division of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and our presentation to be undertaken by the principal of Loreto, Normanhurst, Miss Marina Ungotti. So ladies and gentlemen, this race 11, bronze medalist was Canberra Girls Grammar School. Our silver medalist was from Tara School, but our gold medalist, that is the winner, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2, Loreto Kirribilli, Mary Dunstan, Scarlett Cortez, Amelia Fallon, Lily Loiterton, and Imogen Donahue, coached by Patrick Mainsbridge. So big congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli, gold medalist for race 11. And we'll stay on the podium while we can. And just a reminder, for 4 future races, would the winner please come, if practicable, immediately to the podium for the presentation. But we're looking here at now at race number 12. This is the same category, Division 1, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Our bronze medalist for this event was Kinsrus Walleroy. Canberra Girls Grammar School took the silver medal, but our gold medalist for this event is St Catherine's. So congratulations, St Catherine's, gold medalist, Division 1, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Lucinda Connell, Grace Rigby, Matisse Borthwick, Laura Seton, and Bo Lapinos. Winning time by St Catherine's 4:05.66. So congratulations, St Catherine's there, gold medalists for race number 12. And St Catherine's seemed to got a gold again in the race just finished. That's race 17, St Catherine's across the line first, with Loreto Kirribilli in second place, and then Queenwood in third place. That was Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and St Catherine's winning time was 4:09.87. That's year number 9. Now we do have a lone sculler on the water at the moment. This is race number 9. It's the schoolgirl para single scull. We got the second starter coming out at the moment. This is the 500 metre mark, but in the meantime, we look down and see Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 7 cross the line to complete all entries in race 17 across. But this is a very special race, and both rowers, or both scullers from PLC Sydney, but we'll come back to that race in a moment or two, and we'll look at what's happening on the podium. Yes, which one do we have?
John, we've got race number 14, Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad here, Timber Ladies College.
Well, while we're waiting for that race for our para-scullers to get underway, sorry, repeat what race it is again?
Race number 14.
Race 14 on the podium at the moment. This is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Our bronze medal went to Loreto Kirribilli. The silver medal went to Mossman Rowing Club, but our gold medal event is Pymble Lady. Pick them out a mile away. Presentation again by the principal of Kinross, of Loreto, Normanhurst, and we're looking at our winners there: Abigail McKinnon, Holly Hogan, Ella Willett, Hanny Willett, Bonnie Hebblethwaite, coached by Ben Booker and Isabel Sirawanya. So congratulations, Pymble Ladies College, winners, gold medalists, Division 1, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Podium at this stage, and we're going back to race number 9, which College, silver medalist from the ACT Canberra Girls Grammar School, but it was from Loreto Kirribilli who took out our gold medal for today. So congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Whelan, Lily Roberts, Florence Hennessy, Gemma Rowan, Jessica Bruce steered the boat, and the coach was Phoebe Halley. So congratulations, crew members of Loreto Kirribilli, winners of Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Well, we do have our para scullers on the water at the moment. A bit of a steering problem, which the umpire is certainly going to correct at the moment. But we're looking at race 13. This is Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull. Our third place getters was Queenwood. Second place, Pymble Ladies College, but our gold medalists, winners of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, Loreto Kirribilli. And Kirribilli represented by Luella Roberts, Cleo Donahue, Chloe Stevenson, Alice Shanahan, Louisa Warren, the Cox, coached by Isabella Constantinian. So congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli, winners, Schoolgirl Year 9, Cox Quad Scull, Division number 2. We're going back to the finishing line now, and it's race 19, about 18, about to cross the field, and it is Amber Bradley from PLC Sydney, taking out first place in the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull, the recreational 500, and Ella Dunphy about to come on now. Ella had a bit of a steering problem, but she's picked it up now. She's really moving into this now. Well done, Ella. Your second place in this. Quick glance over the shoulder, and it will be across the line for second place. Well done indeed. And we congratulate PLC also. PLC have been over the last few years quite a leader in the sponsorship and the encouragement of para rows at their school, and it's good to see them on the water at the moment. And Amber, you might come straight to the pontine if you wouldn't mind for our presentation ceremony. And while we're waiting, we've got a bit of a two-horse race coming up at the moment. This is the Schoolboy Cock Squad Skull, race 19. It's over 2,000 metres, and the winner will be in advance Barker College. So there are only two entries, Barker number 1 in lane 4, Barker number 2 in lane 6. I'm advised that St Augustine, scheduled to row in the middle of the field, is a withdrawal. So two Barker College crews in race 19 yet to get underway. Presentations, and we're looking at race 15 at the moment. This is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cock Squad Skull. Presentation again by the principal of Loreto, Normanhurst. Our bronze medalist in this event was Canberra Grammar School. Our silver medal went to St Catherine's, but our gold medalist on the platform now, Queenwood. Well done, Queenwood. Florence Hawkes, Saffron Primer, Tatum Rolls, the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cock Squad Skull. Future winning crews or scullers came direct to the pontoon for their medal presentation. Bent just in at the pontoon at the moment, being assisted by one of her PLC friends there. So the medal presentation will get underway in just a moment or two. And so it's very obvious that over the last few seasons it is PLC Sydney has been a prominent school in encourage our para scullers on the water. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is our gold medalist for race 18 from PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley. Is she here? Well, looking again, schoolgirl para medal. We're just waiting at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, for that presentation to get underway. In the meantime, while we're waiting, race 19 has commenced. It's from the 2,000 metre start line, and it is the schoolboy coxed quad skull. Race 19 underway, but we can now proceed with our medal presentation for race 18 and our gold medal for the event schoolgirl para single scull goes to Amber Bradley. Well done, Amber. So congratulations, Amber Bradley, winner, schoolgirl single para scull, representing PLC Sydney. Now we did mention the schoolboy Cox quad scull, St Augustine's, scheduled to row in the centre of the field, has withdrawn from this event. So it two-horse race. We've got Barker College number 1 in lane 4, Barker College number 2 in lane 6. It looks like the number 1 crew, Tristan Lath, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal, Isaac Shepherd and Zara Ballard is a coxswain across the, or leading at the moment, probably well and truly, yes, over the 500 metre mark, or over the 1,000 metre mark, sorry. They have a very handsome lead, 25 seconds over their number 2 crew of William Streeter, William Dowling, Samuel Resco, Thomas Wunderlich and Charlotte Yu. Now, of course, we'll note it is a schoolboy event, but the coxswains in both cases are girls from the student, Barker, of course, being, and has been for many years, a co-educational school. In fact, I was mentioning last week that now that the Armidale School has been co-educational, 2 or 3 seasons ago, we had 2 fours rowing from Tas, both with schoolgirl coxswains, and they, I suggest, were the first ever females to compete in the GPS head of the river. But no doubt about the leading crew here, Barker number 1, certainly well and truly in the lead at this stage. Weather conditions remain pretty good for our race program today, and it is a fairly big race program. It's sort of 69 events. We will be having a luncheon break today round about the 12 o'clock, 12:30 mark. I have to check on the times for that. But our racing, if on schedule, and I think it would be, with the efficient work of our boat race officials, should be all over by about 3:30 this afternoon. And no great change in this. In fact, at the 1,500 metre, the length, the lead has been doubled. It was previously about 25 seconds. It's now about 51, nearly 52 second lead. Now this Barker lead crew here, I went through their names: Tristan Lath, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal, Isaac Herod, Zara Ballard in the coxswain seat, is not hurried. It's a fairly composed crew, not a big crew by any means, but moving their boat quite nicely indeed, and they will be moving across to take out the gold medal in this event for schoolboy coxed quad sculls, and their winning time 8:09.09. And Barker number 1, if you wouldn't mind moving straight to the podium for a medal presentation instead of taking your boat back first. So please, winning Barker crew to the podium for a medal presentation. Thank you. Now our other Barker crew, obviously less experienced compared to their brother crew who just finished that race, still with some distance yet to go, which means that race 19, race 20, is in fact underway. This is a schoolgirl, Coxed Quad Scull, division number 1. And we have Radford College in lane 2, Kinross Walleroy in 3, Canberra Girls Grammar in 4, Sydney Girls in 5, Ascombe in 6, I think Ascombe first start in this regatta today, Tara in 7, and PLC in lane 8. So we're now down on the podium once again. I'm sorry, I had my microphone switched off there. Gold medalists in this event were St Catherine's. Well done, St Catherine's, winners of Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And that is Phoebe Sherwood, Ginger Campbell, Ashley Innes, Sarah Rupnik Williams, and Claudia Lynham, coached by Jared Watsons. Congratulations, St Catherine's, who also got the silver medal for this event, with the bronze medal going to Pymble Ladies. Race 16, Year 9, Coxed Quad Scull. Now in the race just finished, or finishing, which is a race number 20, winners were Kinross Walleroy in a winning time of 7:21.06, with Canberra Girls Grammar in second place and Radford in third. So all three medalists from the far side of the field. Peel Sydney crossing the line now with Sydney Girls High School in lane 5, and here in lane 7 is Tara School from North Parramatta. Well, we're still at the 2,000 metre mark for the next event, and it is underway. It's Division 2 of the schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, just running through the field before we go back to the podium. Pymble Ladies College in lane 2, Roseville number 2 in lane 3, Canberra Grammar School in 4, the MLC School In lane 5, Roseville number 3. In lane 6, the MLC School. In 7, Canberra Girls School. In lane 8, opposite the grandstand. Sorry, what race number was that one? Sorry, 17 was it?
16, John.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go back to the podium at the moment, and we're looking at race 16. This is the Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. Pymble Ladies took out our bronze medalists, and Catherine's took out the silver, but gold medalist also from St Catherine's. Congratulations, St Catherine's. I thought we called them previously, but apparently not. Phoebe Sherrod, Ginger Campbell, Ashley Innes, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, and Claudia Lynham. So St Catherine's, congratulations on that gold medal. Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Skull. So at the 1,000 metre mark for the race underway, in front at the 1,000 metre mark were Canberra Grammar School. Now they had a 4-second lead over Pymble Ladies, who had another 4 seconds back to Canberra Girls Grammar. Then in order came Roseville, the MLC School, Roseville number 3, and the MLC School number 2. Race 21. So at the 1,000 metre mark, Canberra Grammar School in front. Pymble in second place, and Canberra Girls Grammar in third. But there is 1,000 metres yet to go, and it's a good condition, 1,000 metres. There's nothing there to really inhibit any of the crews, but looking down, we can see the only crew that is, or the crew that really appears to be right out of it at this stage is the MLC School in the centre of the field, well and truly back. But the Canberra Grammar School has probably enhanced their lead a little at this stage. I think they're probably still ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar School against the grandstand. So that's the lead. I don't think it's changed much since the 1,000 metre report. But we do have, yes, here we got the latest report from the 1,500 metre mark. It's still Canberra Grammar School, but we do have Pymble remain in second place and Canberra Girls Grammar in third. So the leaders have not changed in the last 500 metres. So So what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stay with this race here at the moment, and then we'll go back to the podium for a further presentation. But as I said, no change in the placings in the 1,500 metre mark. We're now looking at our final 150 metres, and it is still the Canberra Grammar School crew out in front there in lane number 4. We look then at Pymble Ladies over there on the far side in lane number 2, And perhaps Canberra Girls Grammar School in Lane 8 is still there. But both these crews, first and second, Canberra Grammar, Pymble, taking it very easily, nice body work, nice blaze work, not hurried. Bit of a sprint here from Canberra Girls Grammar School, but a bit late, so it will be Canberra Grammar School across the line in first place, Pymble Ladies in second, and Canberra Girls Grammar School in third. And the winning time there was 8:00.12. And with that, we can go back to our medal presentation, and we have assembled at the moment the gold medalist for the schoolboy coxed quad scull. That's race 19 on your program. And our silver medalists with this were Barker College, but a nice row by Barker number 1 to take out the gold medal. So congratulations, Barker College, represented by Christian Lath, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal, Isaac Sheriff, with Zara Ballard as the coxswain. Medal presentation by the principal of Loreto and Normanhurst, Miss Motherina Unagotti. So congratulations, Barker College, schoolgirl coxed quad school, boy rather coxed quad scull. We're still at the 2,000 metre mark, ladies and gentlemen. This is a schoolboy race, and Division 1, schoolboy 4. 2 crews from St Ignatius, that is 1 and 2 in lanes 3 and 4. St Joseph's in the middle of the field, St Joseph's 1. St Augustine's from the Northern Beaches in lane 6, and in lane 7, St Joseph's number 2. That's 2,000 metre race. Crews forming up. It's a held start for those who are not familiar with a held start. It means that we have volunteers lying down on the stomach. They hold the rear of the boat and they can adjust the boat forward or back according to the aligner's request, and once the starter is happy, they give a roll call and the race is underway. So it makes it a very fair mode of starting, of course, where there can be exact start, whereas sometimes where it needs a visual alignment, things are not quite as equal. But this is the scenes at the start. We're waiting now for a start. We're looking at the centre of the field there, St Augustine's in lane 6. One of the St Joseph's crews, and they appear to be away. A good start for Division 1 of the Schoolboy 4, race 22 on our race program for today. And as I've said before, it takes a few strokes, perhaps a couple of 100 metres, before these crews can sort themselves out into some sort of pattern. Looking at the blades there, I think that's a St Ignatius crew with the white blade, but things will become apparent as the race progresses. Just a reminder about bow bores. All schools, clubs, boat race officials, would you please ensure that bow numbers are returned as soon as practicable at the conclusion of the race. We're looking downstream at the moment, looking to the east, down to the start. It was a 2,000 metre start for this schoolboy 4 event, race 22 on your program. And at the 500 metre mark, St. Ignatius number 2 over there in lane 1, I think it is. There we are. No, it's St. Augustine at the 1,000 metre mark from the centre of the field. Lane 6, St. Augustine have a 3-second lead over St. Ignatius number 2. Looks like a few seconds back to our third place getter at this stage, but it looks like a good close race between 1 and 2, St. Augustine and St. Ignatius. We can see them there on the big screen at the moment. St. Augustine's on the left as I read it. Looking across field with St. Ignatius number 2 in second place on the far side. In the shadow at the moment, bit hard to pick up. So I think we may be short a few starters in this race. As they come into view, I can only see 2 of these 4s on the water, and it obviously is St. Augustine's in the middle of the field. There we have them at the moment in their green shorts. Still in front at the 1,000 metre mark, and in fact they are a bit over 7 seconds ahead of St. Ignatius number 2. St. Augustine's have been doing very well in their time on the water. I can remember some of their first appearances at school regattas on Hen and Chicken Bay in the Abbotsford area, and some 10 years ago now, I suppose. And since that early beginning, we've seen some very, very solid crews come out from St. Augustine's on the northern beaches here in Sydney, and they're doing very well. Boat out of Mossman Rowing Club on Middle Harbour, of course. But this St. Augustine's crew made up of Cody Kearney, Tane Potts, Dougal Mackenzie, Joe Lynch, Ryder Taylor, and they're coached by Judith Ugamak. Of course, the Ugamak name is synonymous with quality rowing. And here's an example of one of the crews coached by both the Ugamak couple. The St. Ignatius crew, coached by Doug Bokia, Hugh Waldron, Charlie Harrison, James Hare, Thomas Hartman, Lachlan Horton-Smith, and as said, coached by Joe Bokia. But St. Augustine's appear to be comfortable here. I don't think they're threatened by their opposition at this stage. Good stability within the boat. Just as an impression, rowing a bit short, but I'm looking head on. Fairly high rating, certainly compared with the opposition over there in lane 3. But certainly they're not threatened. They're not wasting any time whatsoever. So a good performance by St. Augustine's there. Got a 10-second lead at the 1,500 metre mark. So certainly no great pressure, but they're not letting up at all. They're still applying a lot of pressure through the water. Yes, a little perhaps shorter than some other crews, but it doesn't matter. It's very, very effective indeed. About 80 metres yet to go, and it will be St Augustine's from the Northern Beaches to take out the gold medal for race 22. Good combination. And over the line goes St Augustine's in first place, race 22. And we're looking at St Ignatius over there from lane 3 in second place. Winning time there was 6:45. 6:45.00. And just a word to St Augustine's on the water just finished. Gentlemen, if you could take your boat in direct to the presentation podium. Thank you. Well, we do have race 23 lining up at the 2,000 metre mark, and 5-horse race, and the winner will be St Ignatius, as they will be for second and third place. 5 starters, all from St Ignatius College. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I just got some news from the boat race officials. In the race just concluded, you'll notice St Ignatius number 1 was scheduled to row in lane 4. They did not start. They withdrew from that race, and they are now racing by invitation as St Ignatius number 6 in the race to come down the course at the moment, and they'll be in race number 7. So they're rowing by invitation. They will not be judged. Race 23 underway at the moment, probably close to the 500 metre mark, yes, it is, and it's St Ignatius number 4. They're rowing out of lane 2 in the lead at this stage by some seconds, nearly 9 seconds over St Ignatius number 4 again. Well, we've got 2 number 4s, but let's see what works out in the finish. So we've only got probably about a 10-second spread over the entire field here. But just point out again that St. Ignatius number 6 on the grandstand side is in fact rowing by invitation. So they will not to be judged in this particular event. So we have St. Ignatius 1 in the lead, then St. Ignatius 4, and 5. Yes, I've just get some more information on this race. It is race 23, and we do have a St. Ignatius number 1 there, but there's no St. Ignatius number 1 on my program. We have some information now. St. Ignatius number 1, not on the program, withdrew from the previous race because of a breakage. So they're rowing in this race at a handsome lead at this stage by invitation, but they will not be judged. So a good race for them, and it would be a gold medal if they are being judged, but not so. So the gold medalist for this race, race 23, will come from Ignatius and St. Joseph's, Ignatius 3, 4 and 5, and St. Joseph's. But this is a good row by St. Ignatius number 1, and rowing by invitation only, so not to be judged. So there's not much between the remainder of the field out there at the moment. Looking at the 1,000-metre mark up on the screen at the moment. Now they're well beyond that on actual race status, and this is St. Ignatius, not to be judged. They're rowing by invitation because they had a equipment break, had to withdraw from the previous race. So the race goes on, and it is St. Ignatius number 4 in lane 4 at the moment, battling it up with St. Ignatius number 5 in lane 3. So it will be St. Ignatius number 4 in first place, St. Ignatius number 5 in second place, and St. Ignatius number 3 in first place. So that's St. Ignatius crew, the winning there one with a winning time of 7:00.36, and that was St. Ignatius number 6 there to finish in lane 6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a race on the water, but we're also ready for another of our presentations, and this is for race number 20, Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, Division 1. And our bronze medalists in this event, the third place went to Radford College, silver medal obtained by Canberra Girls Grammar School, but our gold medal in a winning time of 7:21.06, Kinross Wallaroi. And our presentation here is being undertaken by the school rowing captain of boats Josie Sims. And Josie will be presenting the gold medal to Lucy Scammell, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Lucy Searle, and Jade Caro in the coxswain seat. So congratulations, Kinross Walleroy, on that win. Gold medalist, Schoolgirl Cross Quad Scull. So we have a field of 4/8s here. This is the schoolgirl second 8. St Catherine's on the far side. In lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Girls Grammar School, and I think in the lead and lane 6, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble represented by Eleanor Duta, Harriet McLean, Isabel Batson-Tantos, Andy Hodder, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Haleswood-Lee, and Selena Leong, coached by Ollie Tietz and Eliza Entwittle. So schoolgirl second 8. And yes, at the 1,000-metre mark, it was confirmed Pymble in front. In fact, had a 3-second lead over Loreto Kirribilli. So let's go back, still half this race to go, but it's a good one. Schoolgirl second 8. Let's go to the media podium again, and if so this is the podium for Schoolboy 4, Division number 2, and the gold medalist, St Ignatius College. And St Ignatius were represented by Oscar Piddock, Jack O'Hara, Samuel Fleming, Jack Simmons, Will Brassington as the coxswain, Hugh Quartz was the coach, and the presentation by Normanhurst captain of boats Josie Sims. So congratulations, St Ignatius. So back to race 24 on the water, moving up toward a close at the moment. Pymble Ladies have been leading this race virtually all the way. Eleanor Duta, Harriet McLean, Zedra Matravantos, Andy Hodder, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Hazelwood-Lee, and Liera Sung. So over the line, schoolgirls second 8, Pymble Ladies College, with a length and a half lead over, I think it's Loreto Kirribilli in second place, back to St Catherine's in third place, and the winning time there, 7:19.53. Winning time for Pymble Ladies College in the schoolgirl second 8. Race 24 with Canberra Girls Grammar School about to cross the line now. But our next race is in place. It's 2 races in 1. It is schoolboy second 8, schoolboy first 8. Now, the second 8s are in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's the far side of the field. St Ignatius in 2, St Augustine's in 3, Shaw in 5, and St Joseph's in lane 5. Now, the schoolboy first 8s, St Ignatius and St Joseph's, St Ignatius in lane 6, and St Joseph's in lane 7. Now it's quite obvious, you look down, we can see the two crews in lane 6 and 7, that is closest to the grandstand. School first eights, with I think St Ignatius leading St Joseph's as we look down. But when we look across at the school second eights, I would think, and I'm picking probably Shaw School in first place in that particular event, and looking across to perhaps St Ignatius in second place in that event. But that will become a little clearer. However, lane 6 rather, St Ignatius in the school first eight appears to have enhanced their lead on that particular first eight race, probably with about a 3-length lead over St Joseph's. But we go back now to the school's second eights. Shaw School, certainly on a par with St Ignatius at this stage, but probably with a bow length in front. So 2 races in one, and the pattern is emerging for both these categories at the same time. Of course, these school first and second eights early in their season, their appropriate GPS head of the river is not until early April in the approaching year, so there are many weeks of training ahead of all these crews. So it is race 25, category for school boy first eight will go to St Ignatius College in rowing out of lane 6, with St Joseph's in lane 7 in second place. But it's a touch and go job over there. Shaw certainly in lane 4 in first place there, and across to lane 2, St Ignatius in second place there. So, and St Joseph's, I've got a St Joseph's number 5. There we are in third place, with St Augustine's yet to fill. So, in the first 8 category, it was St Ignatius College first, St Joseph's second, and in the school second 8, it was Shaw first, St Ignatius second, St Joseph's third. And it would be appreciated if the winners in each category would go direct to the podium, please. Well, we've got plenty of time before the next race gets underway, which is going to be an interesting race. Schoolgirl first 8. 2,000 metres, there are 6 starters, all appear to be there. In fact, they're underway well and truly at the moment. But we do have the schoolgirls second 8 gold medalists coming in for the medal presentation at the moment. So we'll get that medal presentation underway as soon as we can. Then we'll go back to the race on the water. Presentation, incidentally, to be done by the captain of boats at Loreto, Normanhurst, Josie Sims. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Pymble Ladies College crew assembling here for their medal presentation. Oh, it looks like we might be back to our principal, Ms. Marina Ungotti, for the presentation. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is our presentation for race 24, the schoolgirls second 8. The bronze medal was awarded to St Catherine's, the silver medal to Loreto Kirribilli. Now, our gold medalist for this schoolgirls second 8, Pymble Ladies College. Well done, Pymble. Pymble being represented by Eleanor Duta, Harriet McLean, Isabel Mansantanos, Andy Hodder, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Hazelwood Lee and Serena Leong, the crew coached by Ollie Trias and Eliza Entwistle. So, congratulations, Pymble Ladies College, gold medalists, schoolboy second 8. Back to the water now. This is the schoolgirl first 8. 6 crews on the water. Queenwood in lane 2, Canberra Grammar in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College in 4, St Catherine's number 1 crew in lane 5, Queenwood in 6, and Loreto Kirribilli in lane 7. And my vision is looking down, the lead is coming from the centre of the field, and that probably makes it St Catherine's, and that was certainly the case at the 1,000-metre mark, where St Catherine's had a 4-second lead over Loreto Kirribilli, and another 1.5 seconds back to Queenwood. Then Pymble Ladies, Queenwood the second, and Canberra Grammar School. Well, we are, ladies and gentlemen, have a major race on the water, so we'll stay with this race, the schoolgirls first 8, then come back to the podium for some presentations. And it still appears that St Catherine's in the centre of the field have strengthened their lead. I see a very nice push by Loreto Kirribilli from lane 7, still in second place, but not a big gap. But Queenwood in lane 6 have certainly moved up to close the gap a little bit there. So Queenwood are appearing to emerge as a challenge for second place, whereas I think the St Catherine's 8 in the centre of the field are certainly comfortably there. A good push by Queenwood in lane 1, a challenge there, much as they're making a challenge in lanes 6 or Loreto Kirribilli in 7. So the 2 Queenwood crews are certainly pushing. I don't think it'll be enough to overtake this very strong and nicely uniformed St Catherine's crew. Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rapnick, Rapnick Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Aaliyah Garton, Madeline Swain, and over they go. It will be St Catherine's in first place. It will be Queenwood in second, and Queenwood perhaps might take out another one, and I think it might be. It was about a foot over Canberra Grammar, Pymble Ladies in that way, but let's see. Yes, it is St Catherine's confirmed at that rate. It will be Queenwood in second place, then the other Queenwood crew in third place, winning time 6:53.53. Now, if we can get some confirmation about next presentation, we'll go back to... Yes, sorry. Well, let's move to the podium now. And here we have the results of two races in one. And it's race 25. There were components for school first eight and the school second eight. So let's look at the gold medalist for the school first eight. And in this case, it is St. Ignatius College. So well done, St. Ignatius College. And presentation by the principal at the school, our host school, and that is Jack McCracken, Flynn English, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Fenwick's Graham, Luca Milolzi, James O'Meara, Mac Collins, and in the coxswain seat, Henry Burton. So winners of the first eight segment of race 25, St. Ignatius College. Congratulations, St. Ignatius College. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we did mention this race 25 was two races in one, and the second component of that race, hard fought, was school second eights, and our gold medalist for our school second eight, race 25, the Shore School. And congratulations, Shore. We're just waiting for our medals to arrive. And again, pardon me, again presentation by the principal at Loreto, Normanhurst, Miss Marina Angotti. Now, our gold medalist for the school second eight, race 25, the Shore School. Congratulations, Shore. Shore represented Oscar Bulbona, Peter Bennett, James Collier, Ben Rowe, Liam McFarlane, Harry Marshall, Ben Muffet, Remy Cameron, and Hamish Longstaff, the crew coached by Peter Costa. Congratulations, Shore School gold medalist, school second eight. We're staying on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, and this will be our presentation for Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Our third place went to Canberra Girls Grammar School. The second place and silver medalist to Pymble Ladies College, but our gold medalist for Division 2 Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, Canberra Grammar School. And our awardees, Hannah Asafari, Poppy Richards, Sophie Denindris, Kate Oliver, Shamiska Deaswena, and our coach, Sarah Peterswald. So congratulations, Canberra Grammar School, our gold medalist, Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, Division number 2. So we can stay on the podium at this stage, and the race just finished. Actually, it is Schoolgirl first eight, ready for our presentation. They're moving onto the field at the moment, winning time of the winners there, the gold medalist, 6:53.53, and quite a good time. Our bronze medalists for this event, the schoolgirl first eight, were Queenwood. Our silver medalist also of Queenwood, but ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalist schoolgirl first eight, St Catherine's. And St Catherine's represented by Madeline Manus, Bianca Rupnik, Bianca Rupnik Williams, Sina Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Leila Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and Sophie Castellis in the coxswain seat, coached by Jared Watson. So a big congratulations to St Catherine's there, gold medalist schoolgirl first eight. Well, our next event is race 27 on our program, and our program running quite well to time at the moment. Very good indeed. This is the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Now, I think we have about 9 entries on our program, but certainly not all on the water, but a comfortable win here, or lead at this stage, by Radford College, Audrey Potter and Amelia Brennan, all the way from Lake Burley Griffin over the line now. So a very nice win there by Radford, 2:08.20. It looked like PLC Sydney in second place. Now, just looking at the results here on the screen, I was unable to pick them up out of my view. We've got second, third and fourth. PLC Sydney is second. Sydney Girls High School, number 1. Yes, the results on the screen just don't conform with details I've got on my program, but we'll try and work that one out as time goes by, as they say in the classics. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner at least for that event just finished, night 27, Division 1, Schoolgirl Year 10 double. And our winners Radford College on the podium now. Congratulations, Radford, Audrey Potter and Amelia Brennan. Well done. Good to see you up here from Lake Burley Griffin to a nice rowing course on here at Sydney. So well done, Radford. That was gold medalist for Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. We're looking at race 8 on the water at the moment. Yes, they are nearly all there, I think. And we have at the 1,000 metre mark, Canberra Grammar School in first place with about a 19-second lead over Roseville. So that seems to be pretty dominant at this stage. And I say, just looking down head on, we can see Canberra Girls Grammar School out there on the southern bank, the far side. Very good rowing conditions at the moment, and they have a handsome lead at the moment. I don't think there's likely to be much of a challenge now between here and the 500 metres yet to go. And that to Canberra Grammar School, Hannah Griffiths and Stella Robertson, coached by Alan Cleary. Very, very good indeed. They appear to be well in front, and that well in front remained with Ray at the 1,500 metre mark, Roseville, then Radford. So at the 1,500 metre, a long way in front, Canberra Grammar School number 2, followed by Roseville, then Radford, then PLC Sydney, Sydney Girls, and then Tara. Now Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robinson, taking things very, very easily there. They're not hurried. Bringing their rating up a little at the moment, just a fraction. Very good rowing conditions, very good sculling conditions. And there is no real challenge here. I've used the expression before, but it's great to be able to sit back and just look at what your opposition are doing or trying to do. So Canberra Grammar School it is, about 20 metres yet to go. Over the line, Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, over the line in a time of 8:12.93. And we've got a virtual day break. Anyway, a lot of clear water. Back to second position, which is Roseville, I think it is, out of lane 3. Is Roseville about to cross the line at the moment, and they're in front of PLC Sydney in lane 7. PLC across the line now. Winning time 8:17.9. This field very, very well spread out. Quite wide as a matter of fact. But there is no doubt about that very, very dominant row by the Canberra Grammar combination. Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. And the second division is coming, or the third division is coming down the course at the moment. And just running through that lineup, it is in lane 1, the MLC School, lane 2, Tara, lane 3, Sydney Girls, Radford in 4, in 5 it's Loreto, Normanhurst, lane 6, Canberra Grammar number 2, lane 7, North Sydney Girls number 2, lane 8, PLC Sydney, and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 9. So we still got the field from race 28 crossing at the moment, with Tara about to cross the line at the moment, and North Sydney girls with a little bit of a steering problem, but no hassles to anyone on the course. So fine win there by Canberra Grammar. Oh, Jesus. Well, it would appear to me that after that fine win by Canberra Grammar, just looking head on, it could be Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 8 or 9 here, lane 9, probably pressing for a lead, but I think it's more likely to be lane 4, I would suspect. Could be Radford. Just have a look at what it is. Here we are, race 29, yes. Radford in the lead at the 1500 metre mark. Then Canberra Girls Grammar, as I mentioned, in second place. Then Canberra Grammar School in lane 6 in the centre of the field. Then comes the MLC School, North Sydney Girls High, and the Tara School. So obviously a few withdrawals from that race. So Canberra Grammar were the leaders at the 1500 metre mark, or Radford, sorry, I apologise. Radford at the leaders at the 1500 mark, and they still seem to be there in lane 4. Canberra Girls Grammar lifting it a bit at the moment, but whether they can catch the fairly impressive Radford crew who've been leading all the way remains to be seen. They got a very, very low rating at Radford. Hope it's not overconfident. No, picking it up now. They dropped it right down to almost a 0. Now they've picked it up. It's Radford. Jessie Palfreman and Coco Goitner picking it up, and I think not likely to be challenged for the gold medal in this event. Lane 4, it will be Radford, and it will be Canberra Girls Grammar School to cross in lane 9. That's the grandstand side. Over in second place. Good battle for third, but number 6, Canberra Grammar School, goes across just a fraction of head of, I think it's the Tara School on the other side. Radford College winning time here we are, 8:31.50. And just a note to the winning crews, if they would come to the podium for their presentations. That was race 29. Good win by Radford, Jessie Palfreman, Coco Goitner. Race 29. Still on the water at the moment. Yes, they are on the water at the moment. It's a sculling event, year 10 single scull. 2,000 metres, the race is underway. We'll get back to that in a moment as PLC Sydney crossed the line in that event. Sydney girls and Loreto Normanhurst crossing now. That's all over the line now, all competitors in race 29, but the winner, Radford College from the ACT. looking down the field on the race underway at the moment. This is the first division of the Year 10 single scull, and in lane 1, Oliver Bilbao from Sydney Girls. In lane 3, Jessica Hogg from Queenwood. In lane 4, Ella Vannon from Canberra Grammar. In lane 5, Hilary Milner from Queenwood. In lane 6, Ella Baker from MLC School. In lane 7, it's Kitty Elias from Askham. And in lane 8 from Radford, Zara Turner. Now, I think it's Z for Zara might be at the bottom of the alphabet, but I think looking pretty good here at the moment, I think. And I'm just looking, yes, has a 28-second lead over the nearest competitor, which is Kitty Elias from Askham. So this is a very, very dominant sculling performance here from Zara Turner from Radford. And at the 1500 metre, it was Zara Turner in front, Kitty Ellis, Asker, then Ella Vannon from Canberra Grammar in third place, followed by Oliver Bilbao from Sydney Girls, Ella Baker from MLC School, and Jessica Hogg from Queenwood. Now, I can't see any challenge here from anyone here, but Zara Turner from Radford certainly has put in an impressive appearance here. She hasn't slacked off, she's not pushed, but she's still applying quite a bit of strength through the water. She got plenty of length through the water again, and it's a very dominant performance indeed. So, from Radford College, it'll be Zara Turner over the line. First place, Zara, and again, at your condensed straight to the podium for presentation. A long, long gap back to our second place getter, and this is now a bit of a competition. Is it Kitty Elias from Askham in lane 7? Yes, it is, but there's been a move forward by Ella Vannon from Canberra Grammar, but not enough to take second place, so it'll be Kitty Elias over the line in second place. And we look then to Ella Vannon in lane 4 across in third place. Winning time by Zara Turner was 8:47.73. We had Ella Baker from the MLC School, Oliver Bilbao from Sydney Girls, and then Jessica Hogg from Queenwood. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have yet another presentation, and this is for race 29, and this is the third division schoolgirl year 10 double scull. Now, our third placing and bronze medal went to Canberra Grammar School. Our silver medal, Canberra Girls Grammar School, but our gold medal and our winners for schoolgirl year 10 double scull, Radford College. And Radford is represented by Jessie Palfreman and Coco Gunta. Well, congratulations, and our presentation is being undertaken by Captain of Boats at Normanhurst. And in a moment or two, we've got virtually clear water. There is a race underway, but we'll look at race 28, which was also a schoolgirl year 10 double, but of course division number 2. And in a moment or two, yes, we can proceed with the presentation now. Third place in this race 28 went to PLC Sydney. Second place went to Roseville College, also Sydney. But from the ACT, our gold medalist, Canberra Grammar School. And Canberra represented by Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, and they're coached by Alan Carey. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next event underway, and this is another sculling event, and on your program it's race 31, and it is the second division of the schoolgirl year 10 single scull, and it's being sculled over 2,000 metres. And there's going to be plenty of time to call that race, but we can go back to the podium for the race just concluded. Race number 30, Division 1 of the schoolgirl year 10 single scull. Third place went to Ella Vannon from Canberra Grammar School. Second place, Kitty Elias from Ascombe. But our gold medalist and a lovely comfortable win representing Radford College, Zara Turner. And congratulations, Zara. So race 31 underway at the moment at the 1,500 metre mark. It was, where we are from, just looking on my screen at the moment. Oh yes, Sabina Coxcarl from Ascombe in front, a comfortable lead, and there she is over there on the far side in lane 2. No challenge, but working reasonably hard length through the water, and it will be Sabrina Coxcar over the line in first place for Ascombe in a winning time of 8:38.51. A long gap back now it will be to see who's going to be the second place getter there, our silver medalist. A few withdrawals from this race, unfortunately. But there we are. It looks like it will be Millie Don't from Queenwood in second place. And again, it's going to be a long way back to our next two competitors. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, the next race is underway, and it is race 32, and it is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. 4 starters, they all appear to be there. Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy number 2 in lane 5, and Loreto Kirribilli 2 in lane 6. So we'll get back to that race in a moment, but in relation to race 31, about to cross the line, is Holly Purser from Canberra Grammar School. And in a moment or two, it will be Ella Shockingly from Canberra Grammar School also. But we go back down the field for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. And it is race 32, and it is Maggie Kirby there. I think, well, let's have a look again. There we are, yes. Kinross Walleroy in the lead. Zanti Sanaforth, Sina Wilkin, Mari Wiley, Maggie Kirby, and in the Cox's seat, Emily Caro. So Kinroy Walleroy number 2 in front of this event. And we look back again. Yeah, can't see it on the screen at the moment, but that's my advanced state of maturity. But it is a reasonably close race here. Kinross Walleroy out of lane 5, certainly in the field at the moment, but I suspect their boatshed partners, Kinross Walleroy number 1, out of lane 3, are possibly in second place at this stage. So this looks like a double for the crews from Orange in the Central West. Makes the trip over the Blue Mountains well worthwhile, doesn't it? So Kinross Walleroy number 2, Zanti Sanaforth, Sienna Wilkin, Mari Wiley, Maggie Kirby and Emily Caro in front at the moment, and their school partners, Kinross Walleroy number 1, Oliver Searle, Sophie Loof, Jemima Scammell and Tessa Song and Angus Peterson in second place. So number 1, Kinross Walleroy number 2. In second place, Kinross Walleroy number 1. And in third place, it's Loreto Kirribilli number 1. Winning time there by the Kinross crew, 7:44.54. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to the podium at the moment, and we're looking at race 31. And I'm informed, after a very solid hug, our gold medalists are moving up toward the podium. And it is a very good race indeed. This is race number 31, second division, schoolgirl Yorktown single scull. Canberra Grammar took third place. Silver medalist went to Queenwood, but the gold medal winning team in this schoolgirl year 10 single scull, Askham. Askham being represented by Sabrina Koskar and yeah. Well done, Sabrina. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand for our gold medalist, schoolgirl year 10 single scull race 31.
Well done, Brenny. They look fantastic. Good to see you put in an effort for the last 10 strokes.
Very good, girls. Well done. That was awesome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a bit of relief, and representing Normanhurst, we have Emma Jollolati, and highly involved in the coaching program, and an old girl. Over to you, Emma. What's happening? Yeah.
Hello everyone. So we've got the Year 8 First Division quad coming down, and it looks as though who's ahead, John?
I think we're looking at lane 3. I think it might be St. Catherine's
St.
looking there.
Catherine's. How exciting! They are a very strong program these days, which is so wonderful to see. So in this crew, we've got Phoebe, Ginger, Ashley, Sarah, Claudia, and they're coached by Jared, and they are looking very good indeed out in front there.
Yeah, just according to the program on the screen behind St. Catherine's, Emma, we've got Sydney Girls High School and then Canberra Grammar over on the far side, or on this side rather.
They're looking very good for girls who've just started rowing this year. I think they should be very chuffed with themselves, particularly to be representing in that first division. And good on Canberra for coming down so far. Big trip for this big weekend as well. So very excited to see them down here to join us. And if you look across now, St. Cat's have just crossed in first place. Congratulations to them in a time of 3:57.13. And oh goodness me, we've just had a crab at the very end of this race here from Sydney Girls High, but they've crossed in second place, closely to Canberra Girls Grammar. And then a bit of a gap, and we've got Tara, and we've got PLC Sydney following behind.
Emma, it's always pleasing, isn't it, to see a lot of the schools from out of Sydney here. We look at Canberra schools are here, Radford, Canberra Girls, Grammar Canberra Boys. We look at the Hunter Valley and Newcastle. It's good to see them down here, isn't it?
It's very exciting. I think Circa's one of the best places to be able to race. I mean, we had the Olympics here. It's obviously a world standard race course, but it's always exciting to have some different competition and get the girls from Canberra and all about the state to come and race alongside us. I remember when we were at school, we were always frightened when Kinross Wallaroi came down because they were always a very strong group. Same with Canberra Girls Grammar, very, very strong. So it's always worrying when you see them in your lineup, indeed.
In fact, you talk about Cirque, the course here. It's still, I believe, amongst the best in the world. In fact, when it was designed and opened for the Olympics in 2000, it became the model of several Olympics yet to come. And in fact, if you look at some of the plans of other, they even modelled this tower, the finish tower, and the various towers at the various along the side. They were identical, certainly in Tokyo.
Oh, you'd absolutely want to. It's a fantastic facility we've got here.
Well, now let's have a look at our more podium talkers at this stage, and this is race 32. The schoolgirl year 10 Coxed 4, and it was a very, very good row presentation by Kinross Wallaroi. They took out the bronze medal. Loreto Kirribilli took out the bronze medal. Kinross Waller took out the silver medal, but they also took out the gold medal. So our winners, schoolgirl year 10 Cox for Kinross Wallaroi. And representing Kinross, Xanthi Staniford, Sienna Wilkin, Marie Wiley, Maggie Kirby, and Emily Caro. So congratulations, winners, gold medal, schoolgirl year 10, Cox for Kinross Wallaroi. So what's happening back on the water, Emma?
Okay, so we have the Year 8 Division 1 again. So we've got Pimble out in front, very exciting. Coming through, we've got Annie, Zara, Harriet, Olivia and me, and they're coached by Lewis and Matilda. And we've got close contest, it looks like, from here between Queenwood and... can't see who's over the other side. Must be Roseville.
It's Roseville in
Yes.
lane 3, yes.
And then, so the Pimbles just crossed the line first. Congratulations, girls. And then we've got, again, this close contest here. Might be Roseville taking out the silver medal. And they're about to cross now. Oh, poor Queenwood just got a bit of a crab here. They've still crossed the line in third. Congratulations, girls. And coming up, we've got Loreto Kirribilli and Loreto Normanhurst to round out the field.
I noticed there at Queenwood didn't have a bow number. Could I give the usual reminder to all crews, would they please return the bow numbers as soon as practicable after the finish of their race, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go back to our podium again. Our presentations are coming thick and fast. This is race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolboy 4. In second place, we had St. Ignatius number 2, but our gold medal in a winning time of 6:45 went to St. Augustine's. So congratulations all the way from the Northern Beaches, Cody Kearney. Tane Potts, Dougal Mackenzie, Joe Lynch, and Ryder Taylor, and Coach Judith Ongamak. Now Judith, of course, is very attuned to receiving medals. She and her husband coach a lot of schoolboy crews. It's very good to see them. Okay.
Okay, so John, looks like we've got the second division of the Year 8 quads. We've got a big field here. We've got Roseville, Queenwood, St. Cath's. Looks as though there's a scratching from MLC. We've got Sydney Girls and we have Canberra Girls Grammar. Looks to me that we've got St. Cath's out in front in this last 250, and I'm sure these girls are looking forward to this race to end as soon as possible. I bet they're absolutely pooped at this point now. But looks like second place is going to be quite a close contest between Queenwood in lane 3 and Roseville in lane 4. And then following that, we've got Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, and behind them, Sydney Girls. It's very exciting to see these St. Cath's girls so strong in this sculling field at the moment. They've just crossed in first place in a time of 4:09.59. Roseville just got their bow in front of Queenwood. So very close finish there. Congratulations, girls. That's our first 3 places. Canberra Girls Grammar about to cross the line now. And looking back, we've got Sydney Girls High.
Emma, it's interesting you made a comment then, the way St. Catherine's were rowing. One of the features I find, particularly in this season, the bodywork by the St. Catherine's crew is quite superb. They lifting it quite well without being obvious, but there's a lot of strength going through the water and length through the water as well.
Absolutely, they're nice and long. They get their oars in really accurately and just put a huge amount of power through those legs, which as we know is just the number one important factor when it comes to rowing. But I've got some brilliant coaches down there. Even one of our old coaches, Jeff, he's just gone over to St. Cath's, so I hope he's enjoying it there because they're all doing very well. It's exciting to see.
Yeah. Well, our next division underway, this is again the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, and we have in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College, in lane 3, Tara, lane 4, PLC Sydney, lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls High School are in 6, and Loreto Kirribilli in 7. It's good, Emma, to see a bit of a, what we might say, a resurrection of rowing at Sydney Girls High School. They've had a number of small boats on the water, and it's good to see.
Yeah, they tend to spend a lot of time in well, at least when I was rowing, a lot of time in those smaller boats. But it's great to see more and more girls getting interested in rowing. As I've been telling so many people today, there's a huge statistic out at the moment that 1 in 2 girls are quitting sport at the age of 15. So it's nice to see a lot of girls competing these days.
Sorry, say that number again, please. Well, while this race is coming down, we'll move back to our podium, and we're looking here at race number 34, and this is the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, and about to have our presentation underway. Queenwood were the recipients of the bronze medal. Our silver medal went to Roseville, but from the North Shore, Pymble Ladies take out the gold medal. So congratulations, Pymble Ladies College, Winners, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull, and Pimble being represented by Annie Pennington. Zara Kinningberg, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, and Mia Nato, and they're coached by Louis Gray and Matilda Pennington. So congratulations, Pimble Ladies College, gold medalist, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Cod Skull, Division number 2. So what's happening on the water, Emma?
Having a look now, it looks like a fairly close finish for the top 3. So we've got in lane 7, Kira Billy, PLC Sydney, and Pimble. They're all looking quite close to me, but I think it looks like Kira Billy's out in front. Can't quite see the numbers here, but they've got quite a lot of power through those legs. Good on them. They're nearly there. And then those red boys now, which as I know means you've got about 10 strokes until you can take a big breath and the race is done. I
We
can see
got
a bit of an incident over there in PLC Sydney, but they've recovered nicely. Big push through the legs now, which is lovely to see.
So here is Loreto Kirribilli right in front of us.
Beautiful. And they're going to cross in first place in a couple of strokes now. So congratulations to these girls. They've just finished. Very happy to be crossing that line in a time of 4:27.8. Very close finish there between Pimble. They've just crossed in second place. Then PLC Sydney, Loreto Normanhurst in fourth. And we've got Sydney Girls High moving across the line here in lane 6. And across back over to lane 3, we've got Tara about to cross now.
And Loreto Kirribilli's winning time was 4:27.89.
Hopefully they can get some nice wins under their belt tomorrow at their own regatta. Will be very exciting. Taking out both, I think.
Yep, be good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look, rowing conditions still good. The breeze is with us, but it's certainly not intrusive, and it certainly won't disrupt any of the sculling or rowing here today. Event coming down, race 37, and who have we got there, Emma?
So we've got in lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 5, Roseville, lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, and lane 7, PLC Sydney.
Emma, I'm looking head on, as you are. My impression, the lead is coming from lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli on the far side.
I would absolutely agree with you. They, again, are very, very strong, especially in these junior years. But actually, now I think about it, they're pretty strong all throughout. Some of their 8s they've been sending out have been absolutely flying. A very, very strong school indeed, which is nice to see. I will tell you a little bit about the coach of this Loreto Normanhurst crew.
Good.
May as well brag about them while we can. So in this Division 3 for Loreto Normanhurst, we have Maddie Bartholomew, and she is one of our old girls, graduated in 2016. And interestingly, John, most of our coaches are actually old girls from Loreto, which is always quite nice to see, I think.
I mentioned that at the beginning and gave the background, a couple of them, and it's good to see your former students and former rowers coming back to the school.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen there's a couple girls who have graduated from Loreto all about the boat park, not just coaching at Normo, but it is nice that we all like to return to where we were rowing and reminisce about what it was like when we would be racing on this course ourselves.
Well, I don't think there's been any change in the leadership. In fact, I think Loreto Kirribilli have probably strengthened their lead, Emma.
Oh, absolutely.
And I've seen a bit of a move come from PLC. That's on the grandstand side, but I don't think they might be in a challenge for second, but that's about all I could see from this. But
no, I think Kirribilli's looking very strong indeed. I don't think they can be challenged at this point. So hopefully they are pushing for that finish line and trying to get the best time that they can.
And that Kirribilli crew, Anna Cooper, Indiana Orth, Meg Warburton, Claudia Koss, Charlotte Clarkin. Very good performance there.
It's very exciting, as I said before, John, to see these girls who are still so new to rowing as if they've been, rowing for years.
Got a bit of a steering problem right out there. In fact, in two crews there, the referee, umpire is keeping an eye on it, but they're there.
Yes, looks like PLC has some steering issues as they come down the course in lane 7, but they seem to be righting that now. We've just had Kirribilli cross the line in first place in a time of 4:17.35, which is a fantastic time. Congratulations, girls. And we're about to see Canberra Girls Grammar cross the line now. Nice and quickly as well. Beautiful finish. Followed by Roseville in third place. PLC is coming through. A few more strokes to go, girls. Keep it up. So they are fourth place winners. And looks as though we are having some steering problems in that Loreto Normanhurst crew, unfortunately.
I think
But
it looks like equipment
yes,
problems.
it does look like
Yeah.
it indeed.
Number 2 is not rowing at all. It's always unfortunate when that happens,
It
but
is.
it's part of the race.
It is, but it is always, I think, very nicely that the girls want to finish the race and try their very best, particularly given that today is our regatta. It's good to see them trying really hard for their crewmates. So Loreto Normanhurst crossing the line in a couple of strokes with just 3 rowers completing the race.
And that's all the competitors race 37 over the line. We do have another race underway at the moment. There are 5 entrants. They all appear to be there. Emma, perhaps you'd go through them.
So we're still again in the Year 8 quad. We've got Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Queenwood in lane 4, MLC in lane 5, St Cath's in lane 6, and Tara in lane 7.
I would think it's St Catherine's probably looking again straight on, and it's a bit hard to be to finish, but St Cath's certainly look like they're dominating there with perhaps Queenwood in lane 2. There we are over the line at the moment. It is St Catherine's and it is Queenwood. St Catherine's having a 4-second lead.
That's a fantastic time too to cross it in the 3rd division at a 2:02 for 500 metres. It's fantastic.
Yeah. We get a good view out there as they cross that line there at the moment. And there it is, St Catherine's over the 500 metre mark, yes, and move away fairly quickly. We spoke, Emma, of the characteristic of the St Cath's crews, of the way they use their body, and I think we've got another example out here. Wait till they come side on, but it seems it is a very definitive move in their style.
Oh, absolutely. I think it might be Jared that's the head coach over at Queenwood, and they've definitely got quite a distinct style of rowing, and it's clearly working for them, which is awesome. It's nice to see that work pay off, and as we know, the finish is an incredibly important part of the stroke, so to use that swing back and a nice strong finish, it's definitely getting them across the line in first place in many instances.
Well, at the 500 metre, it remains St Catherine's in front and Queenwood in second place, MLC School in third.
Seems as though we've got an oar breakage or something in that far lane, John.
Yes, it looks, Pymble Ladies, it certainly looks like it. We can see the blade sticking up there. Bad luck when it happens, but as we said a moment ago, it certainly does happen.
Yes, and it is always impressive that the girls do choose to finish the race, because it's not easy rowing a 4-person boat with just 3 people.
Well, here we are, about to cross the line. Now, this is only a Year 8 crew, limited rowing experience, but a very nice row indeed by St. Cath's.
And closely followed by Queenwood. And then behind them we've got MLC in their lovely pink hats. I'm always excited to see those out on the course. They look fantastic. Yes, looks as though Pimble John have got their two-seat not rowing. With an
Yes.
oar a bit skew if out to the side there. So hopefully everyone's okay and they're finishing the race as best as they can.
Yeah, they look all right. It's just equipment problems.
Yes,
Bad luck when it happens.
absolutely.
There was Tara School about to cross the line at the moment.
And not too far behind them is Pimble Ladies College.
Just thinking of Tara, they'd be about the closest school to this rowing course, wouldn't they, in North Parramatta?
Yeah, I dare say you're right.
Yeah.
Nice close drive for them to get to this weekend.
Race 39 is underway. It's from the 1,000-metre mark, and we can already see the following race lining up on the 1,000-metre mark as well. Now this is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad, Division 4, and we have in lane 1 Canberra Grammar School, St Catherine's in lane 3, Sydney Girls School High School in 4, Roseville in 5, Loreto Kirribilli 6, in lane 7 it's Queenwood, and North Sydney Girls High School in lane 8.
Looking down here, John, I don't think I can even pick a winner just yet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move back to the podium while this race is in progress. And this is the presentation ceremony for race 33, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And it was Canberra Girls Grammar who took 3rd place. The silver medal went to Sydney Girls High School, but our gold medalist, our champion in this event, St Catherine's. And St Catherine's represented by Phoebe Sherrod, Ginger Campbell, Ashley Innes, Sarah Rupnick Williams, and Claudia Lynham, coached by Gerard Watson. Winning time 3:57.13. So big applause and congratulations to St Catherine's winners, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. So the race underway, 500 metres about yet to go, and it still is, I think, Loreto Kirribilli in the lead. I'm looking, I look and race 39, I'm again looking head on. I'm impressed with the performance of North Sydney Girls School High School in lane 8 on the grandstand side. They appear to be going very, very well indeed. At the 500 metre mark, this is a 1,000 metre race, 500 metre mark, it was Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6 who noted and recorded as being the leaders, being half a second behind Loreto Curabili. Now there's still a battle over there between lanes 1 and 2, Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine's, but I look here, closer to the grandstand on this side, and I suspect it is lane 8, and it's North Sydney Girls High School doing very, very well indeed in this race 39. Yes, it is North Sydney Girls High School across the line in a winning time of 4:11.86. I think, no, there we are, wrong one. 4:32.45. Good row by North Sydney Girls High School. Came to the fore in the second part of the race to beat their lane beside them, Queenwood, into second place, and then the 39, Canberra Girls Grammar, rather, on the far side into second place, with St Catherine's in third place beside them. So, just running through, North Sydney Girls High, first across the line, ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine's, winning time 4:32.45. Oh, just a reminder, North Sydney Girls High, if you can hear us, perhaps you'd come to the podium for the medal presentation instead of taking your boat back to the boat shed. So please, all winners, would you please make every effort, if practicable, to come to the podium immediately after your race has finished. The next race underway, it is race 40, and this is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. We can see up on the start line at the moment, the crews were aligned. We could see them with the start line marked on the screen, and all of the boats had their bow in front of that. And I think the starter was probably taking his alignment from about the coxswain or the stroke, but a definite alignment, and the crews underway. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2, Queenwood in 3, Queenwood 2 in 4, Sydney Girls High School in 5, Loreto Curabili in 6, and St Catherine's in lane 7. A good shot there, no way of seeing quite exactly how the crews have sorted themselves out, but given another 100 metres full of strokes, we'll probably see a pattern emerging. Rowing conditions still very, very good indeed. We can see on the screen there, right down, and conditions are good. Well, the race is in progress, some metres yet to go. So we go back to our medal presentations. And this presentation will be for race 36. That is the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, Division number 2. And we have, for that race, third place awarded to PLC Sydney, second place Pymble Ladies College, and our winners for this race 36, Loreto Kirribilli. So congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli, represented by Muriella Di Giovanni, Charlotte Reeves, Annabelle Kovacs, Gracie Morrill, and Astor Stock, coached by Alex McMillan, and the winning time 4:27.89. So congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli, a gold medalist for race 36, schoolboy year 8, schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Well done, Loreto Kirribilli. Well, they're moving well and truly over the halfway mark at the moment in this race, number 40, and at the 500 metres, it was Loreto Kirribilli. They had a lead, or less than a second lead over Queenwood, so very, very close racing indeed, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar School, another 2 or 3 seconds behind. So it's going to be a good race. Loreto Kirribilli there, a very close grip over Queenwood number 2 in Queenwood number 1 in second place. Looking at the rowing conditions here toward the finish, and I think they're probably better than they have been all day. Little ripples midway down the course, but certainly here at the finish it is very, very good indeed. And this looks like Loreto Kirribilli, a comfortable, solid win, but there is a challenge over there from the Queenwood crew, who have been second for most of the way. Queenwood number 1 in second place. Then Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side across in third. Winning time 4:17.82. Ladies and gentlemen, the next race is still a long way down there. We can see them at the 1,000-metre mark. So we can acknowledge some more of our medal winners. And we're looking at race 39. And this is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division 4. And third place was awarded to St Catherine's. Second place went to Canberra Girls Grammar School. But our winners, a very nice race indeed, rowed by North Sydney Girls High School. Well done, North Sydney, and the school represented by Ari Williams, Andrea Deng, Andrea Yang, Ada Poe, and Zoe Mahuhini. So well done, our gold medalists, North Sydney Girls High, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Staying with our medal presentations, we're looking now at race number 35. This is the Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, and third place was awarded to Queenwood. Our silver medalists were Roseville, but gold medalist winners of this event, race number 35, St Catherine's. St Catherine's represented by Evie Lloyd, Stella Austin Derek Spitz, Georgia Smith, Elvie Liston, coxed by Zinnia Shrew and coached by Jeff Patterson. So congratulations, St Catherine's, gold medalist, race 35. Race 41. At the 500 metre mark, it was North Sydney girls in front at repetition of a race or two ago. They were about 4 seconds ahead of St Catherine's, who were less than a second or just over a second ahead of St Catherine's. So it is a fairly tight race, but North Sydney Girls High School over there in Lane 2 certainly had control of the race at the 500 metre mark. We look now at the remaining 300 metres yet to go, and I think it's still North Sydney Girls High School, I would think so. I would see a challenge coming to the previous second place leader of Queenwood, that from not sure who's from. I'll have to have a look when they get a bit closer. But there is a very nice row there from North Sydney Girls out of rowing out of lane 3. Nice togetherness. There is a rhythm in their boat. They're not pressed by any means. Little splash or two there, but generally some nice clean blade work. And it will be North Sydney Girls High School who go to take first place in this Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And their winning time 4:18.77. Bit closer here for second place, and second goes to Loreto Kirribilli, with third place going to St Catherine's. So nice row, second very good row by North Sydney Girls High School in those two Quad 4 events. And just a reminder, would the winners please come to the podium at the conclusion of the race. The nice vivid scarlet of Barker about to cross over the line at the moment, ahead of Queenwood in lane 7 and Roseville on the far side in lane 2. Well, we've got a bare course at the moment, not a boat to be seen all the way down there, but we're looking at a race 37 at the moment, and this is Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division number 1. Now, Roseville took out third place, Canberra Girls Grammar School took out the silver medal, but our gold medal goes to Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto represented by Anna Cooper, Indiana Orth, Meg Warburton, Claudia Koss and Charlotte Clark, and they're coached by Luca Roncalotta. So congratulations, Kirribilli, gold medalist, schoolgirl, Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that race with number 41 brings to a close our morning session of rowing. It's been an eventful morning, it certainly has, but we may have a couple of other presentations yet to go. But certainly rowing on the water will resume at 12:45. So we've got about a 3/4 of an hour break, and that will be race 42, the schoolboy Year 9 first coxed quad and second. So again, 2 races together, and that's as we resume at 12:45. Gentlemen, we're about to get underway with our afternoon's session of rowing for this annual regatta, Loreto and Normanhurst. And we have a program which will take us through till about a 3:30 finish this afternoon. But we're about to commence with a 1,000-metre event. It's race number 42. And again, it's one of those races with 2 in 1. Now it is the schoolboy year 9 quad 4, but we have entries for first quad 4 and therefore second quad 4. Now we have 2 entries for year 9 first quad 4. They are occupying lanes 2 and 3, Radford and St Augustine's. Then we have another 4 entries in the second quad 4, and that will be Barker in lane 4, St Augustine's in 5, Radford in 6, St Augustine's number 2 in 7, and St Augustine's number 3 is a withdrawal, a non-starter. So 2 in the first quad 4s and 4 in the second quad 4s. All on the same race, this race over 1,000 metres. And if you look at your screen at you can moment, you can see the starter moving crew steadily up to the start line. Now it's a visual start line. And the starter has to ally them by eye. And you can do it on bow balls, coxes, number 2s, whatever. But there is a constant there. Conditions can be a bit dramatic if it's very, very windy, but they seem to be quite okay today. So I start in this race, 42, about to get underway. There they are. Bit uneven, but given circumstances, and there appears to be a little more breeze down there at the start line than there is here at the finish line. What breeze there is up here at the finish line tends to be a following wind. Not sure what it is down at the start line. So all crews are away. Lane 2, Radford. Lane 3, St Augustine's. They're in the first quad 4s. The remainder, all second quad 4s, lane 4, Barker, lane 5, St Augustine's, lane 6, Radford, and lane 7, St Augustine's number 2. So we have 27 races to go through this afternoon, and our boat race officials, our umpires, are excellent for keeping our races on schedule, and it's good to see. Well, this race 42. We have on the far side the first quad 4s, year 9 first quad 4s, to be expected. Both those crews, Radford and St Augustine's, are certainly in the prominent position at this stage. For the remainder of the entries, which are the second quad 4, year 9 second quad 4, the lead appears to be from, I would think it might be Radford there, out of lane 6, doing very nicely indeed. We have there Barker in lane 4, St Augustine's in 5, Radford in 6, and then St Augustine's in lane 7. But there's not much between the 2 first quad 4s, lanes 2 and 3. That is Radford on the outside and St Augustine's on the inside. These crews are stroke for stroke as they come in to the last 300 or 400 metres of this race. It's going to be a very fine race indeed. Bradford, far side, Blue Caps, St Augustine's, Green Signets in lane 7 on the inside. St Augustine's, I think, might have an edge at the moment, but might have, and an edge is about all there is. In this case, I refer to one hand being the difference. Those involved in equestrian events will know that one hand equals 4 inches. But I think it's Radford who've come good. Just that last stroke, it is stroke for stroke. This is a real battle. Radford far side, but no, I think it is St Augustine's. By that one hand. St Augustine's, I think. And then we have up here lane 6 now coming across. That's Radford there in lane 6. One across the mark there. And it will be St Augustine's in second spot. And St Augustine's in third. 1, 2, 3. What a fine battle that was for the first quad fours between St Augustine's and Radford. There was nothing in it at the end at all. Barker now crossing the line. Barker, of course, relatively new in the rowing circuit. The other schools and other have had many years of rowing tradition behind them. We're moving on to race 43. That's the schoolgirl year 9 double scull, still over 1,000 metres. It has started, and we have MLC 5 in lane 1, MLC 4 in lane 2, Canberra Grammar in 3, MLC 3 in lane 4, Kirribilli 1 in lane 5, Sydney Girls 1 in lane 6, PLC Sydney in lane 7, and Radford in lane 8. Now all starters appear to be there on the line at the moment. At the 500 metre mark, it was Radford from lane 6, who was leading the field with, I think, an extensive space, yes, some 15 seconds back to St Augustine's number 2. And that can't be right. Race 43. Well, we have a double scull race coming down. It is race 43. Well, this race 43 is certainly moving toward the finishing line at the moment, and there's a very strong row there by Sydney Girls High School. Hayley Huey and Xenia Palmer coached by Marco Johnson. So it's a good row there by Sydney Girls High School. I'm trying to rationalise this with what we've got on the screen. But anyway, if we work it out. But this race for second is going to be quite horrendous. It is any of three crews at this stage. Who can do it? Is it the MLC school in 4? No, I think it's going to be PLC Sydney in 7. I think so. We'll have to wait and see that one. Loreto Kirribilli now about to cross the line here. And on the far side we've got the MLC school, I think, in lane 1. But yes, that's the winning time for that race was 3:58. 9:9, 3:58.99, and the formal placings are Radford College, shit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the race just 2 ago, that is race 42, the schoolboy year 9 4 and quad 4. We have 2 races in 1 at this stage. That is, we have the race for first cruise, then the race for second. So we'll go with the race for first cruise first of all. And our silver medalist in that race was Radford College. But our first place went to St. Augustine's. So that is race 42. The first year 9 first quad 4 gold medal to St. Augustine's. And ladies and gentlemen, representing St. Augustine's, Zane Ballistry. Zane Ballistry, Rory Parker, Zach Von Arnhem, Oliver Newton, and Henry Goldsworthy is coached by Judith Ongamar. And the presentation is by Lynn Long, the Deputy Principal at Loreto Normanhurst. So congratulations to St. Augustine College, gold medalist in the schoolboy year 9 first quad 4. We now move on for the second portion of race 42, which was for schoolboy year 9 second quad fours. St Augustine's number 2 took the third prize. St Augustine's number 1 the silver medal, but our gold medal for this event goes to Radford College. And Radford, represented by Ravi Vada, Lincoln Uren, Ewan Feitzer, Oscar Robinson and Jackson Thew. So well done to Radford, taking the gold medal back to the ACT for this event, schoolboy year 9 second quad fours. Ladies and gentlemen, I just reiterate the place getters in race 44 just concluded, and it was the MLC school number 1 across the line in first place. Radford was second, Sydney Girls High School in third place, winning time 4:12.63. And our next event, again, schoolgirl year 9 double scull, Division 3, race 45 underway at the moment. In lane 2, it's MLC school. In lane 3, it's Ascombe. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Stella Maris. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar. In lane 7, PLC Sydney. And in lane 8, North Sydney Girls High School. Pleasing to see in the centre of the field, Stella Maris, of course, from the peninsula at Hunters Hill there. Ideal place for a school to be, to have rowing as one of its sporting options. So very pleased to see them on the water, and seeing that one of the scullers in that particular event is Julia Undermark, and the coach is Judith Undermark. I think there might be a rowing influence at Stella Maris, but good to see them on the water. This is a 1,000 metre event, and at the 500 metres it was Kinross Walleroy in the centre of the field in front, leading Stella Maris in second place. Let's leave what's on the water at the moment with that battle between Kinross and Stella Maris, and we're going back to the podium. And this is for race 44, the second division of the schoolgirl year 9 double scull. Sydney Girls High School took out third place. Radford from the ACT took out our silver medal. But first prize, the gold medal, goes to the MLC school. Congratulations. MLC represented by Sophie Weinall and Isabel Nee. The coaches, Andrea Konomos and Christian Lilsquist. So congratulations, MLC school winners, Division 2, Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And race 45 is still in battle here on the water, and it's a good battle, I think, here between the Stella Maris College and Kinross Walleroy. Kinross Walleroy on the blue on the far side have a length in front at this stage. Stella Maris in lane 5, right beside them in second spot. So a very nice win, a very nice row by Kinross. They certainly lifted their real effort over the last 4 strokes and confirmed their first placing, but a bit of water gap, I think it's back to Askham, I think, over there in lane 2. And the Kinross Walleroy winning time 3:57.11. And the Kinross winning crew, Olive Glover and Ruby Lego. North Sydney Girls High School, I think it was, across the line to complete that race 45. Well, we're back at the 1,000-metre start at the moment, and by watching the big screen, you'll be able to see our starter line up the crews. Umpire boat now moving in front and moving to, no, they're behind. The race is underway. Umpire boat trying to get behind them now. In this race, it is Radford in lane 2. In lane 3, Sydney Girls High School. Lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar School. Lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst. And Leichhardt in lane 8. Now that's good. We had Mossman entering a schoolgirl crew earlier in the day, and here we now have Leichhardt doing the same. Good to see the clubs getting the appropriate students out in the appropriate race. This is Division 1, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. Radford represented by Lucy Mihailovic, Sydney Girls by Stephanie Cheng, Loreto Normanhurst by Anna Kabeel, Kinross Walleroy, Maddie O'Brien, Canberra Grammar, Abigail Cowan, in Loreto Normanhurst by Eva Haldren, and Leichhardt represented by Lily Bennett. And again, looking down, I think it might be Lily Bennett from Leichhardt. That's on the lane 8, closest to the grandstand. Might have an edge, but I look across at perhaps Maddie O'Brien from Kinross Walleroy. Certainly is well there. Yes, Leichhardt, Lily Bennett certainly there. Kinross Walleroy in second place. Then the two Loreto Normanhurst crews. That's very good indeed. So Kinross again performing very, very well here at the regatta, but I have seen Lily Bennett on the water in their sculling capacity, but not recently, and I think she certainly has the position at the moment. At the 500 metre mark, she was about, well, half a second ahead of Maddie O'Brien, who was another 5 seconds ahead of Anna Kabul from Loreto, and then a couple of seconds back to Eva Haldren from Loreto Normanhurst. But at this stage, it looks like Lily Bennett from Leichhardt certainly appears to be leading the push at the moment. I'm looking down, the clean into that stroke wasn't a good one, Lily, but I was about to say clean entry in and out. That perhaps still managed to keep her her bow front in front, I think, but there's a real challenge over there from, I think it's probably Kinross Walleroy in the blue boat there. And it could be the Kinross, Maddie O'Brien with the does have the advantage. Now, I don't think it was that poor stroke by Lily Bennett from Leichhardt earlier. I think it may have been that that Maddie O'Brien, and there is another bad stroke from Maddie. So it looks like it is par for the course. The winner and the second place both have suffered from 2 bad strokes but recovered. So Maddie O'Brien over the line in first place, Lily Bennett in second place from Leichhardt. Third will be Loreto Normanhurst Ella Cabale. Now just a reminder from Maddie O'Brien. Maddie, if you could go straight to the pontoon where we can have the medal presentation for your race. And while offering that reminder, don't forget club representatives, school representatives, please make sure you return your bow numbers as soon as practicable at the conclusion of the race. Well, our next race has still got half its length yet to row, so we can go back to our pontoon, and we're looking at this stage at race 45, Division 3, Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. Ascombe took out the bronze medal. Stella Maris Corridge from Hunters Hill got the silver medal, but from the west, it's Kinross Walleroy with the gold. Olive Grover and Ruby Lego. So well done. And the presenter there, Ms. Lin Klong, Deputy Principal at the Loreto Normanhurst School. Race 47, School Girl Year 9 Single Scull, Division 2. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to beat Lucy Reedy rowing out of lane 8 near the grandstand. But the big competition is yet to come. Who's going to get second and third running through the field? In lane 2, Lily Rofale from PLC in Sydney. In lane 3, Patricia Boland, Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 4, Zemo Kang, Sydney Girls High School. In lane 5, Taylor Grayson, Barker College. In lane 6, Gigi Hickey from Redford And in lane 8, as I've already mentioned, it is Lucy Rady from Kinross Walleroy, and I've got no doubt that it's that blue singlet from the Central West is going to take out the gold in this particular race. About 50 metres yet to go. Lucy hasn't eased up, still applying pressure and rating, and her 3 strokes will give her the gold medal, and there it is. Lucy Ryby from Kinross Walleroy in first place. Look across at Loreto Normanhurst, I think it is. Patricia Boland in second place, and third from lane 5, Taylor Grayson from Barker College. Well, that race out of the way at the moment with that good win by Lucy Rady of Kinross Walleroy, we return to look at the medal presentation for race 46. And this is Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Our bronze medal went to Anna Cabale from Loreto Normanhurst. Lucy Bennett from Leichhardt took the silver, but the gold goes to Maddie O'Brien from Kinross Walleroy. And the presenter, Genevieve Bolton, Vice Captain of Boats at Normanhurst. Well, we've had a couple of very, very fine sculling wins in the last couple of events. They've all been Year 9 single sculls, and the quality for a Year 9 student, I thought, has been very, very good indeed. Race 48, underway at the moment. Division 3 of the Year 9 singles. And we have in lane 2, Matilda Kidd from PLC Sydney. In lane 3, Katie Smith from Kinross Walleroy. In 4, Bonnie Steele from Sydney Girls High School. In lane 5, Chloe Hitchens from Ascombe. In lane 6, Adele Dixon from Radford. In lane 7, Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst. And then in lane 8, Irish Canara from Canberra Grammar School. And at the At the 500 metre mark, it was Chloe Hitchens from Ascombe who was in front, leading Patricia Boland from Loretta Normanhurst. Or Stella Moore. It was from Loreto Normanhurst with Katie Smith from Kinross Walleroy in third place. So, Chloe Hitchens certainly in front at the moment. Chloe is from Ascombe, and she's certainly taking this very calmly. This is year 9, and I commented before, this is a very mature year 9 field in the sculling world. Chloe looks to be a tall girl. She's making full use of her length through the water, and over she goes in a winning time, 4:17.75. In second place, it's Katie Smith from Kinross, Walleroy. And in third place, Adele Dixon from Radford College. And as we have our last sculler across the line there, I think it was Matilda Kidd from PLC, we go back to our medal awards, and we're looking at race 47, and this is Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Our third place went to Taylor Grayson, Barker College. In second place was Patricia Boland, Loreto, Normanhurst, and our gold medalist on this event, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, Lucy Reedy from Kinross, Walleroy. Congratulations, Lyd. Gold medalist for Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Now, just looking at the results of race 48, that was Division 3 of the Year 9 singles. It was Chloe Hitchens with a very nice row. I thought a very stylish row. First place from Ascombe, Kinross Walleroy, Katie Smith. Second place, and from Radford, Adele Dixon. And the winning time, 4:17.75. So we're just waiting for our start now at the 2,000 metre mark. I've been through the boats, but my microphone was off, so we'll run through them again. Canberra Grammar in lane 2, Loreto Normanhurst in 3, Radford in 4, Loreto Kirribilli in 5, Queenwood in 6, and Kinross Walleroy in 7. Start imminent, I would think. And these crews are away. Race number 50 underway. Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and it's the first division. All crews appear to be away. Well, no pattern as yet. Much of a muchness of who's who. So we'll wait and see what pattern develops for this race, race 50, as it proceeds down the course. No real pattern as yet, probably gone 100 metres or so. And there we have a good view of all the lineup of all 6 crews on the water in this race, race number 50. As I continue to say, conditions good for sculling and for rowing. I get the impression that Radford out of lane 3 is moving forward a little, but then again Queenwood also appears to be doing quite well. But we'll wait and see how that pattern emerges a little later on. But Loreto Kirribilli, we can see there in lane 4, emerging from the push quite comfortably. Now Kinross Walleroy over here in lane 7. There we have the 500 metre, sorry, the 1500 metre mark, and they put Queenwood in front at that stage, in front of Kinross Walleroy, in front of Loreto Kirribilli. So the leading element are coming from lanes 5, 6 and 7, all on the grandstand side of the course. And going back to that 500 metre mark, there was about a second difference between first, second, and another second, I suppose, between second and third. So that lead bunch of 3 crews in lanes 5, 6 and 7 is going to be interesting to see how it develops. We're looking head on at this stage, and a pattern is gradually emerging. We've got the traditional arrowhead formation, but it's developing on the northern side, the grandstand side of our course. And I would suggest that it is the Queenwood school that has now maintained their lead, still over Walleroy, Kinross Walleroy, really pressing very, very hard, as is Loreto Kirribilli on the far side. Now the Queenwood crew, Eva Thompson, Madeline Wack, Jenna McLaren and Zala Taylor, doing very well to hold off the push, and they still have that lead at the 1,000 metre mark. Kinross Walleroy still in second place, then Loreto Kirribilli still in 3. So the placings have been unchanged virtually for the first half of this race. So 1,000 metres yet to go. What's going to happen? Now we get a fairly good vision of the crews head on there. Difficult to really see any big pattern, or it is as they get a bit closer, but that Queenwood is still leading that arrowhead on this side of the course. Kinross Wallaroi managed to stay there with them in second place, and I think that Loreto Kirribilli might have eased off a little. They're not pressing Queenwood as much as they were earlier in the race, but still there as a medal winner for this event. So the real battle royal is developing between Queenwood from the lower North Shore in Sydney, Kinross Wallaroi from the central west of New South Wales, and this is a fine row here. I determined that it is Kinross Wallaroi who have moved ahead of Queenwood. Queenwood led for the first 1,000 metres, and Queenwood has now taken over that lead, and Loreto Kirribilli remains in its second spot, or in its third spot. Radford is into fourth, then Loreto Normanhurst in fifth place, and Canberra Grammar School in sixth place. Now, so far, Kinross Wallaroi have played this race very, very well indeed. Content to sit in second place and press the first leaders, Queenwood, then overtake them on the 1,000-metre mark. But can they keep it up? Can they hold that lead as they're moving up now to about 400 metres yet to go? And it is a good race, developing into an even better race. And I think it could be that Queenwood have got their lead back. This is touch and go. It's great to see when we've got races like this. Both crews very competitive, both crews pushing very, very hard. But Kinross lifting their rating right up now. They have their bow ball in front. Redlands is coming with them, but I think on current status, Redlands will want to do something of a miraculous thing to get that 3 or 4 feet difference between the crews. Kinross Wallaroi smooth, hard, about to cross the line in first place. Redlands in second place. Queenwood in second place, sorry with that one. In third place, it will come from the middle of the field. That's the Loreto Kirribilli #1 crew. Winning time for Kinross was 7:33.11. Good time for a Year 10 crew. And just a reminder to Kinross, if practicable, you might come to the pontoon in readiness for the medal presentation. It was a very, very tough row between Kinross Wallaroi and Queenwood. Kinross Wallaroi played it well, sat in second place for the first 1,000 metres, then moved. Queenwood really didn't let them get away. They were right there on their hammer as they crossed the line. Our next race, race 51, is underway at the moment. Division 2 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls, and we have in lane 3 Sydney Girls High School, in lane 4 Pymble Ladies College, Canberra Grammar right in the centre of the fields, St Catherine's in lane 6 and Tara in lane 7. looking from the rear of the race at the moment on the big screen. We're honing in now on our potential leader there, Pymble Ladies College, I'm pretty sure it is, out of lane 4, with perhaps Canberra Girls Grammar in second place, but I'll try and confirm that as soon as I can. At the 500 metre mark, it was Pymble Ladies College, yes. In second place, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then St Catherine's in third. So 1, 2 and 3 from the centre of the field, leaving Sydney Girls School and Sydney Girls High School rather in lane 3 and Tara in lane 7, unplaced at this stage of the race. So much of that race yet to go, so we will look now down at our medal presentation, and we're going back one race. That's race number 50, which is the first division of the schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. Third place went to Loreto Kirribilli. In second place it was Queenwood, and in first place a nicely rowed race by Kinross Wallaroi. So gold medalist Kinross Wallaroi, represented by Xanthi Sanaforth, Olivia Soane, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong and Emily Cairo in the Cox's seat. Kinross Wallaroi, gold medalist for race number 50, schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Race 51 halfway through at the moment, and at the 1,000 metre mark the lead remained with Pymble Ladies College. Canberra Girls Grammar was still in second place, and I'm just looking at the 1,500 metre at the moment. Pymble in 1, Canberra Girls in 2, and St Catherine. So we're really unchanged since the 500 metre mark. The Pymble crew doing very nicely there. Pymble made up of Tully O'Regan, Evie Lay, Erin Porter, Micah Nato and Mahilda Goddard. Doing very, very well indeed. Their red rowing singlet and colours are certainly to the fore, and they're not far in front of Canberra Girls Grammar School and then back to St Catherine's. So they're the three. It's no doubt Sydney Girls and Tara on the extreme edge of the course in both cases, out of the picture at this stage. And the way the crews are set up at the moment, I would suspect that the current placings will remain right through. It would take something extraordinary for either of the currently second and third place crews to upset the table as it is at the moment. Pymble rowing smoothly, rowing confidently, not greatly press, just content, sit back, watch the opposition behind them, and in about 6 strokes we will see Pymble Ladies College take out this particular event. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College over the line for first. It will be Canberra Girls Grammar in second place, and then we have St Catherine's in third place. Pymble's winning time 7:51.93. So just repeating, Pymble Ladies College across the line, first in race 51, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, and then St Catherine's. Fair bit of water back to our remaining 2 crews. That is Tara on the grandstand side, Sydney Girls High School on the far side. Tara finished confidently but out of a place, but looking quite good, nice rhythm, and over the line they go. And similar comments, very high blades at the catch though for that crew from Sydney Girls High School. Well, we're continuing with the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. We're looking at Division 1, in Division 2, Division 1, and its race is underway, and we have in Lane 2 Canberra Grammar, Lane 3 Queenwood, Lane 4 Loreto Kirribilli. In 5 is Canberra Girls Grammar School, Radford's in 6, in 7 Kinross Willaroy, and PLC Sydney in Lane 8. 2,000 metre event, race very close to the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. So there's plenty of that race yet to go, so I think we can come back to the pontoon and we'll have some more presentations. And we're looking now at 43, race 43, Schoolgirl Year 9 doubles. And in that race it was Canberra Grammar who took out third place, PLC Sydney who took out the silver medals, but in this case the gold medals, the gold going to Sydney Girls High School. There we are, gold on their heads as well. Hayley Hugh and Xenia Palmer, coached by Miku Johnson. Congratulations, Sydney Girls High School. Good to see gold medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. Presentations incidentally being done by Genevieve Bolton, the Vice Captain of Boats at Normanhurst. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our presentations, and we're looking at race 49. That's Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull, Division 4. And it was Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst with the bronze medal. Addison Perry, Canberra Grammar, with the silver medal, but our gold medal goes to Isabel Egan from Radford College. Very fine, fast row, time for 21.25. Congratulations, Isabel. Well, we have the crews over the line at the moment and about to cross the line for this race 52 is the Kinross Walleroy Year 10 Cox Quad Style. Comfortable win, a very good win. We're looking across at Loreto Kirribilli at this stage, unless they sink to take out second place. Then in lane 6, it is Radford College for third place. That was race 52 just completed. Crews still coming up for race 52. We see Queenwood and I think it's Canberra Grammar crossing the line, and PLC Sydney out of lane 8 yet to cross the line. Rowing confidently, gave away a lot to the other crews, but still looking very nice indeed. Race 52. Well, now back to our pontoon, ladies and gentlemen. Some more medals to be presented. We're looking at race 51, just concluded a few moments ago. This is the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, division number 2. St Catherine's took out third prize. Canberra Girls Grammar School took out second, but first prize went to a very confident, a very effective Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble represented by Talia Regan, Evie Lay, Erin Porter, Micah Tato and Mahilda Gothard, Coach Lewis Gray. Well done Pymble Ladies College winners, gold medalists, schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Division 2. Ladies and gentlemen, some more presentations, and this is race 52. The race finished only a few moments ago. It is Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2 of the first division, and in third place we had Radford, our visitors from the ACT. In second place, Loreto Kirribilli, but our gold medalist all the way from the Central West, Kinross Wallaroi, and our representatives were Sienna Wilkin, Maori Wiley, Sophie Leof, Maggie Kirby, and Angus Peterson in the Cox's seat. So Kinross Wallaroi, another medal, well done, race 52. And Pymble Ladies College have maintained their lead almost the entire 2,000 metres of this event. And in fact, I think they've extended their lead over Roseville Girls High School right beside them. Pymble Ladies in lane 5, beside them Roseville in lane 6. So over the line for Pymble Ladies College in a winning time of 7:57.33. Roseville about to cross the line now. Yes, there they go, Roseville. And third place, it looks like the MLC school over there in lane 2. So MLC across to get the bronze medal for race 53. St Catherine's at the line in 4 or 5 strokes.
No, just giving them back. Oh, thank you so much.
So the results of the event 53, Pymble Ladies College in first place, pushed by Roseville beside them, and then Loreto Normanhurst, number 2 over in lane 2 on the far side. Winning time 7:57.33. Sydney Girls High School just completed the course now, and we look now back at our next race coming through, and we're still in this Year 10 Cox Quad Scull category. And as I said earlier, it's great to see so many entries at this level of rowing, Year 10. It only bodes well for the future of rowing. That's a big field in this event. We do have St Catherine's in lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar in 2, Roseville in 3, Kinross Wallaroi in 4, and Queenwood in 5. In lane 6, it's Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 7, Pymble Ladies College, Ascombe in 8, and Loreto Normanhurst in lane 9. Be interested to see the figures when they come up at the, say, 500 metre mark. It's race 54. And there we do have it at the Kinross Wallaroi. Wallaroi was leading at the 1500 metre mark. Behind them was Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6, and then Roseville in third place. That's at the 1500 metre mark. So we're now approaching to the final stages of this race. Look at Queenwood, doing very nicely there. But I look across at the Roseville entry. I think they are also doing very, very nicely indeed. In fact, if it is in fact Roseville, or is it Kinross Walleroy? Yes, Kinross Walleroy there in the centre of the field in that blue boat, blue singlet, a matching pair there. Loreto Kirribilli right beside them. And then Roseville in third place. Now these placings are very, very well separated. Kinross Walleroy, no doubt about them, they will move up into the gold medalist category in about 1 or 2 strokes. So Kinross Walleroy, winners of race 54, about 3 lengths behind is the yellow blades of Loreto Kirribilli, and we're looking back to, I think it's Roseville, white blades, marking on the blades, taking it comfortably, not too worried. They will get the third place as they move up to the line now. So Roseville, it is as it has been for the last 500 metres. Very dramatic effort for fourth there. I think they've given it to Loreto Normanhurst, which is rather good. But we'll wait and see. I think that was Loreto Normanhurst who just crossed the line then. Winning time for race 54, 7:57.33. That can't be right, but we'll come back to that later. Well, plenty of water space and time at the moment, so we can go back to our pontoon and our podium, and we're looking at now a medal presentation for race 53. That's the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and one in the time of 7:57.33. Third place went to Loreto Normanhurst, number 2. Second place went to Roseville Girls College, and our gold medalist for this event, race 53, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble being represented by Annabelle Shanahan, Alice Beveridge, Amy O'Donnell, Lauren Gibson and Gemma Wu. They're coached by Andrew Lee. Pymble Ladies College gold medalist for the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Well, yet another of the same category, the Year 10 Cox Quad Skull, coming down the course at the moment. What a huge category this has been. We've got 9 races devoted to Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. And as I said, good for the sport if we can have all these younger women continue to row after they leave school. But this is race 55. And race 55 at the 1500 metre mark gave us Canberra Girls Grammar School in first place, North Sydney Girls High School in second place. There's on both of those on the far side of the course. Queenwood in third place, Loreto Normanhurst in fourth. And St Catherine's. Yes, so very good. 54. So they move down here. I don't think there's any great changes in the placings as at the 1500 metre mark, which is Canberra Girls Grammar School, which was ahead of North Sydney Girls High School. They're in adjoining lanes, so to speak. Queenwood was in third place and Loreto Normanhurst in fourth place. So I think St Catherine's were probably a withdrawal, were they? Yes, there's only 4 crews there. So St Catherine's a non-starter in that event. Yes, there's the name crossed out. Canberra Girls Grammar School there, about to cross the line. Gold medalists, Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Division 1, race 55. About 3 lengths behind is North Sydney Girls High School. Then a lot of water back to Queenwood. Rowing in the centre of the field, lane 5. And then only Loreto Normanhurst yet to finish the mileage. Further presentations, and it's yet another of the Year 10 Cox. It's race 54. Year 10 Cox Quad Skull, schoolgirl of course, for which Roseville took out third place. Loreto Kirribilli was second place, and our gold medal goes to Kinross Wallaroi, and representing Orange is Lucy McIsaac, Isabella Lloyd George, Lucinda Clinton, Hannah Jones, and Philippa Martin. Winning time 7:54.43. So congratulations, Kinross Wallaroi, taking back to the Central West another gold medal. Well done. 4. Oh, God, they're still not coming back. We just had a special plea, ladies and gentlemen. Would competitors please ensure that their bound numbers are returned? They're not coming back and they need to be used and reused. So please try and get those bow balls back as quickly as you can after your event. Race 56. Kinross Walleroy at the front of the crew at the 1500 metre mark over Kinross after Loreto Kirribilli. In third place was Pymble Ladies College, then Roseville and North Shore Girls High School. The Kinross Walleroy 4 out there, Abby Jones, Bonnie Layton, Olivia McCall, Daisy Smith and Jane Bruce, look very confident. They're not pushed. They're applying a bit of weight there. They're keeping the boat moving, rowing a bit short, but nevertheless very competent. There's a certain togetherness there and they don't look like being overtaken. So it will be a good win for Kinross Walleroy in this race number 56. And Kinross winning time is 8:09.41. Loreto Kirribilli about to breach the line any moment now, and a good second place, but still a lot of water back to Pymble Ladies College. In fact, the first, second, third of this race has been almost constant right from the beginning. Pymble Ladies College gets the hooter at the moment, and it will be Roseville about to cross the line, with North Sydney Girls High School. Is it North Sydney? Yes, a fair bit back at this stage. Now, North Sydney Girls High School with the bow number of 6, I think it looks like there. Yes, rowing well. They certainly are out of a place, but they are looking good. They're combining very well indeed, and they crossed the line, and that's experience. And I am sure that their next experience will even be better. So it'll be quite a while now before our next group of scullers come down the course. So we can look at our podium and it's medal time and it's race 55. This is the event for Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls, of which we have 9 or 10 of them this regatta. Good to see. Queenwood took out third place. North Sydney Girls High School took the silver medal, but our gold medal goes to Canberra Girls Grammar. And that is Alice Hinksman, Sophie Murphy, Charlotte Bowen, and Elke Spiller, with Athena Sassius in the coxswain seat. Canberra Girls Grammar School, gold medalist, Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Well, we still have 2 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull categories yet to be rowed. That's race 57, race 58. 57 is underway at the moment, all from the 2,000 metre mark. So we'll join them in a moment or two. Well, let's go back to our presentations at the moment. We're looking at race 56, and that is Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad and Pymble Ladies College took out third place, Loreto Kirribilli second place, and Kinross Walleroy the gold medalist. So congratulations, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Abby Jones, Bonnie Layton, Olivia McCall, Daisy Smith and Jane Bruce. So we congratulate yet another gold medal being travelling west to the central west of Orange. Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull winners Kinross Walleroy, and the race just under completing at the moment. It is our penultimate Year 10 Cox Quad Skull division. It's race Race 58, I thought it was. I'm just looking for the formal results there. We do have race 57, and there it is. Loreto Kirribilli in first place, nicely rode. Canberra Girls Grammar School in second place. Queenwood, no, not Queenwood. Yes, it is Queenwood in the next placing. Race 57, winning time 8:43.82. Great to see so many young women out there rowing. I'm talking about Kinross Walleroy rowing in lane 5 in the race coming down the circuit at the moment. They've had entries in just about every one of these Year 10 categories. With them in this one is Loreto Kirribilli, Mossman. Good to see clubs getting their schoolgirls members out on the water in events such as this. And then, of course, Barker College in lane 4. Race 58, the final one of the Year 10 Cox Quad. It is the Mossman crew leading at the 500 metre mark. That Mossman crew made up of Isla Mill, Matilda Gilmore, Erica Nutt, Scarlett Bradshaw and Tully Phillips. Doing quite well at this stage, 500 metres. Behind them was Loreto Kirribilli in second spot, then came Kinross Walleroy in third, and Barker in 4th place. Race 58, and it is the final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull categories. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we have our race 58 underway and yet to come into real sight, we can go back to our medal presentations. And we're looking at the race just completed, race 57, Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. As I've said, there was 10 of them, and 3rd place in this event was awarded to Queenwood, 2nd place to Canberra Girls Grammar School, but our gold medal goes to Loreto Kirribilli, and Loreto is represented by Annalise Scott, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, Emily Champ, and Jessica Brooch. They're coached by Luco Ronconato. So well done, Loreto Kirribilli, gold medal, race 57. All back to the water at the moment. We can see our cameras picking up the race there at the moment. We're looking across to Loreto Kirribilli, but now into the Mossman crew. They were leading at the 500 metre mark. They look like they're certainly there, but it's neck and neck between they and Loreto Kirribilli at this stage. It looks like there might have been some changes at the 1,000 metre mark. We have Loreto Kirribilli have moved up into 1st place. Kinross Wallaroi have moved to 2nd. Then Barker have moved to 3rd. And the Mossman crew is in 4th place. They led for the first 500 metres, but have slipped back a little bit at the moment. But still a lot of the race yet to go. It looks like there's the Mossman crew. We got a bit of trouble in the boat there. Number 3 is broken, so probably some broken equipment. Bad luck, Mossman. They were doing so well, leading in the early stages of that race. But this is rowing. These things do happen. Now we've got a big gap here, a huge gap here between the 1st and 2nd, and then back to the 3rd and the 4th. 4th now is Mossman, of course, and they're just going to limp up to the finish line. So the battle is going to be at this stage Loreto Kirribilli and Kinross Wallaroi, with, I think, Loreto Kirribilli still hanging on to the advantage. We look there at the picture on the big screen. We're honing back now to the latter part of the race. I said there was a huge gap between 1st and 2nd, then 3rd and 4th. Of course, with Mossman, with their broken equipment, or they did have, they might have picked up, oh, no, that's Barker, I think, with their quite vivid scarlet jumpers, but Mossman, I think, are out of it. There we are, broken equipment, and not much you can do about that when it does happen. You just pray and carry on. That's all you can do. There's the yellow blades, distinctive of the Loreto Kirribilli crew, doing very nicely at the moment over there. About 200 metres of this race yet to go. Ava Hadsidis, Lucy Sekazan, Amelia Lemino, Alex Morgan, Imogen Doherty, and their coaches Luca. So they're doing well. Calm, They're together, they're not hurried, content to stay there, just take their time. A few splashes there from Kinross Walleroy, but that's not impeding them at all. Good row there by Loreto Kirribilli, about to cross the line to take out this gold medal. Then it will be Kinross Walleroy in second place. Loreto's winning time 8:47.01. Got a lot of water back to Barker, who'll be in third place, and Mossman. Feel sorry for Mossman. A very fast early part of the race, leading at the 500 metre mark, but then broken equipment, and that's your race gone. But we look back down the course from the 2,000 metre start mark. We have the schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Skull, Radford in lane 3, St Augustine's in lane 4, Radford number 1 in 5, and Barker in lane 6. Nicely rode Barker across the line. That's race 59. Unfortunate Mossman, nice row in the early part of the race. You were leading, then bang, these things happen. Bad luck, but better luck next time. Well, we have St Augustine's well and truly out in front at the 1,500 metre mark. In fact, they got a 28-second lead. So it's unlikely St Augustine's are likely to be bettered in this particular race. Could be a battle for second between Radford and Barker. So we'll wait and see what happens there. But even so, there is still quite a considerable difference between Radford and Barker, like another 19, 20 seconds. Then Radford at the in fourth place at this stage. So it could be that the real battle in this race is going to be third place, Radford or Barker. But we'll wait and see on that one. But here is a very nice looking St Augustine's crew. That vivid green singlet with the equivalent blade is always spectacular and attention grabbing. Over the line they go. Jay Taylor, Miles Nichols, William Pender, Max Tancred and Henry Goldsworthy. St Augustine's, gold medalist for the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. A lot of water back it is. For one of the Radford College teams. It's Radford number 2 in lane 3 across in second place. St Augustine's winning time, by the way, 6:57.85. Barker over in third place and Radford right beside them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our gold medal crew lined up, ready for the formal presentation. And this is for race 58, schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull. And Barker, it was, who took out third place in this race. Kinross Walleroy was second, but the gold medalist for this race, Loreto Kirribilli. And Kirribilli represented by Ava Hatsonitis, Lucy Sexenian, Emily Lemio, Alexa Morgan, and Imogen Donahue, with the coach Luca Roncoletta. So, Kinross, no, was it Loreto Kirribilli? Congratulations on your gold medal. Well done. Well, a double scull event is now underway. Number 60 on your program. We can see the crews out there. Radford in lane 1, Barker in lane 2, Canberra Grammar in lane 3, Pymble Ladies in 4, MLC School in 5, Sydney Girls High School 6, Canberra Girls Grammar in 7, Canberra Grammar in 8, and Kinross Walleroy in lane 9. Now at the 500 metre mark, it was Kinross Walleroy leading the push, and they're the crew closest to the grandstand. Sydney Girls High School was in second place, and then Canberra Grammar number 5 was in third place, and that was then followed by Pymble Ladies College, Canberra Grammar 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Radford MLC School, and Barker. That's race number 60, and it is Kinross Walleroy on the grandstand side leading the race at the 500 metre mark. Well, at the 1,000 metre mark, the crews have just moved that at the moment, and it's Sydney Girls High School who have moved up to number 1 spot. Well done, Sydney Girls High School, with Kinross Walleroy in second position, and in third position it remains with Canberra Grammar School number 5. So a change there. Kinross Wallaroi having led for the first 1,000 metres. Sydney Girls High School have moved up and now taken the place. So Sydney Girls High School 1, Kinross Wallaroi in second place, Canberra Grammar in third place. See the crews on the big screen at the moment, moving into the centre of the field. And we get a head-on picture then of the state of play as they are. Well, we still have plenty of time to go for the race on the water at the moment, the schoolgirl double scull. So we'll go down to our medal presentation. We're looking at race 59, the schoolboy year 10 coxed quad scull. Third place went to Barker College. Second place in this event, Radford College, but our gold medalist, schoolboy year 10 cox squad, St Augustine's, and the college is represented by Jay Taylor, Miles Nicholas, William Pendon, Max Tancred, Henry Goldsworthy, and Bjarni Ungamark as our coach. Well done, St Augustine. Winning time there was a good one, 6:57.85. Our double sculls come into real view at this stage, and the leading elements appear to be essentially on this side of the course. We are looking at, in lane 9, it's Kinross Wallaroi, probably in third place at this stage. Canberra Grammar, number 5, right beside them. And we look across at Sydney Girls, they're in lane 6, probably still out in front. But this is now a battle between Sydney Girls High School and Canberra Grammar School, with Kinross Wallaroi having dropped back a little in the latter stages of the race. But there is a very distinctive Sydney Girls High School brown and gold uniform. Lorian Young and Charlotte Steele there, and they are moving through to take a nice win, but a big challenge coming up here from Canberra Girls Grammar number 5, but it will be Sydney Girls High School over in first place, Canberra Girls High School in second, Canberra Grammar School in second rather, then Kinross Wallaroi in third place. Winning time, Sydney Girls, was 8:07.90, 8:07.90. Race number 60, Sydney Girls High School. And still some doubles yet to finish this particular race. It's good to see a good field of 9 crews in that particular race. And the double sculls, they continue to come. This is division number 2 coming down the field. And it's race number 61. And at the 1500 metre mark, it was Canberra Grammar School number 1 in the lead. So going through the field, Pymble Ladies are withdrawn. So that leads in lane 1, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 3, Canberra Grammar, lane 4, Radford College, lane 5, PLC Sydney, lane 6, the MLC School, Canberra Girls Grammar in 7, Canberra Grammar number 3 in 8, and Ascombe in 9. Schoolgirl double scull, Division 2, and probably 200 metres or a bit less yet to go in this course. And I'm looking across there at the Canberra Grammar School. I can see the blue blades there, the two blues, dark and a light blue. It'll be a first across the line for Madison Duncan and Jaya Rania, coached by Kendall Brodie. A good win, a comfortable win, and plenty of space back to the remainder of the field. It looks like number 2 will be Loreto Kirribilli on the far side, but there's a real push coming here from Canberra Grammar number 3. So this is going to be a tough race. Canberra number 3 in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 1. What's it going to be? And I think it's Loreto Kirribilli. Nope, it's gone to Canberra Grammar School number 3. Well done. So that was a nice finish by Canberra Grammar. Of course, my angle doesn't look at exactly the angle that our judges look at. Two. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a cry for help from our volunteers who are trying to juggle all the bow numbers. They're not coming back regularly, and we would like you to really make an effort to get those bow numbers back as soon as we can. There are still some races to go in our program. We need the bow numbers, so please give us a hand. Winning time for Canberra Grammar there was 8:01.93. So again, we've got a long time, relatively that is, before the next race comes toward the finishing line. So we can take a few moments to present some well-earned medals. We're looking at race 60, Schoolgirl Double Scull, race just concluded a few moments ago. And in that race, it was our visitors from the Central West, Kinross Walleroy, who took out 3rd place. Then the visitors from the ACT Canberra Grammar School took out 2nd place, but our gold medalist for this event, Schoolgirl Double Scull, Sydney Girls High School. And it is representing Sydney Girls High, Laurianne Wong, Charlotte Steele, and they're coached by Matteo Villani. Congratulations, Sydney Girls High School. Good gold medal, winning time 8:07.90. Well, lots of hugs down there on the podium, but a good hug is worth a gold medal, I think. Well done, girls. Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 3, Queenwood, Ascombe, MLC 3. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar School, Pimbles with Doral, Tara in 6, MLC 4 in 7, and we got Canberra Grammar in 2. Now we're looking across the leaders of Tabibi, perhaps over there, the Queenwood team, I think, Queenwood crew, Phoebe Campbell and Olivia Don't, and they're in lane 1 and not far from the finishing line at the moment, with Canberra Grammar School number 2 being second. So Queenwood in 1, first across the line. Canberra Grammar number 2 in second place. Who's going to be third? I think it's Ascombe over there. Queenwood's winning time there, 8:10.71. And there's our 3 place getters. Queenwood, Ascombe. Queenwood, Canberra Grammar. Sorry, Ascombe was in third. So just running through, they get Queenwood in first place, Canberra Grammar number 2 in second, and Ascombe in third place. Some crews still yet to finish. We're looking at Tara School here and fighting it out on the other side with, I think, the MLC School, yes. We've still got event for single sculls to come down the course. This is a 6-3, it's underway. We can see pictures of the immediate start there. And we look across the field, it's Sydney Girls High School, represented by Lauren Teo, Hannah Alexander representing Roseville, Hannah Sampson representing Radford, Alyssa Fikers from Loreto, Kirribilli, Charlotte Ointmar from Tara School, Josephine Egan Loreto, Alexandra O'Brien, Queenwood, Megan Wood from Pymble Ladies College, and Leila Gaston from St Catherine's. So again, it'll be a long time before these leaders get down the course. So we can again go to some subversion with our medal winning continuing, our medal presentations continuing. This is race 61, and it's the schoolgirl double scull division 2. Third place went to Canberra Grammar School. Second place, Loreto Kirribilli, but our gold medalists will be taking their gold medal home to the ACT Canberra Grammar School. Madison Duncan representing, and Yana Ranela, coached by Kendall Brody. Well done, Canberra Grammar School. Ladies and gentlemen, some more presentations, and this is for race 62. It's the schoolgirl double, and in this particular event it was Ascombe which took home the bronze medal. Canberra Grammar will be taking the silver medal back in their bus, but gold medal is awarded to Queenwood. And representing Queenwood is Phoebe Campbell and Olivia Don't. Well done, Phoebe and Olivia. Nice medals. And still a race 63 is in progress. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was still Radford in front. They led at the 500-metre mark. St Catherine's remain in second place, and Queenwood, I think, yes, in third place. So there's no been change in placings in 1,000 metres. Radford has been leading for that 1,000. Queenwood have been immediate behind Wood, and then Queenwood chasing them up. And it's all fairly close racing. Radford only have about a 2-second lead over St Catherine's, with another 3-second lead back to Queenwood. Then follow Pymble Ladies College, Tara School, Roseville, Loreto Currabilly 1. Tara School 1, then Roseville, Sydney Girls and Loreto Normanhurst. So now at the 1,000 metre, no change. Well, there is a change. I look at this. Radford that led for the first 1,000 metres now have disappeared from that list at the moment, and it's Loreto Currabilly in front at the moment, leading St Catherine's, who've remained in second place. Then come Queenwood in third place. So quite a dramatic change there, with Radford leading for virtually 1,000 metres, dropping down to the end of the field. Well, have a look when they come a bit closer and see if there's any great problem. But a great 1,000 metres as it was from Hannah Sampson, but dropped back now, and we've got Alyssa Fikers from Loreto in front, Layla Gaston from St Catherine's in second, and Alyssa Fickens or Fikers in third place. Just looking down head on and again from the tower here, and there's some very, very nice scullies out there. These are girls who have 2, perhaps 3, 4 seasons of rowing under their belt, and they've all got a good grasp of style and rhythm with it. Indeed, very good indeed. Elisa Fikers out there from, I think it's Loreto Currabilly. Yes, rowing and sculling very nicely indeed. Queenwood coming in second place now. That's Alexander O'Brien in second place. And third place, Megan Wood from Pymble. Well, we saw some major changes there in the placings as they came down the field, from one sculler being ahead of the field for 1,000 metres, then dropping right down the back. Bad luck, but that is the sport. Winning time for that race was 8:10.85. And still they came and finalled across the road. Josephine Egan from Loreto, Normanhurst. Well, we still have yet another of the single scull classification coming down. I think we've got about 8 races of schoolgirl single sculls, and good to see so many girls on the water. The race is underway, race 64. We can see them in progress. You'll see them on the big screen there. Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. And it's Imogen Gray from Queenwood leading by about 6 seconds ahead of Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy and Mia Booth from Pimble. We're moving up to the final stages of the race at the moment. And I'm pretty sure it's Queenwood's Imogen Gray who is in front at this stage. She's in a position to see any challenge that comes forward. Perhaps 250 metres yet to go. Kinross Walleroy into sight now, Lucy Searle. Just amazing how many races these names occur in. So these young women are rowing in several races here today. So over the line it will be Imogen Gray for Queenwood. And then Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy. And on the far side, Mia Booth, I think, Mia Booth from Pimble. Winning time 8:06.14. Just a second or two faster than the previous race in this same division. And still they are continuing to cross the line here. Tianamini from Roseville across the line, and now on the far side, Josie Sims from Loreto Normanhurst. Josie Sims, might mention from Normanhurst there, is their captain of boats. And we saw her out here in the early stages of the regatta, taking part in our presentation ceremonies. Well, there is plenty of water between the competitors and the touchline, so we'll look at more presentations, and we're looking at race 63, the first of our schoolgirl single scull events this afternoon. And our third placing went to Megan Wood of Pymble Ladies College, I think it was, and yes, and then third place went to Alexandra O'Brien from Queenwood, and then our leaders, our gold medalists in this event, schoolgirl single scull Division 1, Elisa Fikers representing Loreto Kirribilli. The placings for that event, I was looking at the wrong seat. Second place went to Alexandra O'Brien from Queenwood, and third place Megan Wood from Pymble. But no doubt about the winner, Alyssa Fikers, Loreto Kirribilli. Still continuing with our single scull event, schoolgirl single sculls, and we're looking across there at Nave Tierney representing Sydney Rowing Club. There's this sky blue. She does it in a comfortable and a fast finish. Nave Tierney in first place. In second place, it is Addison Rolls from Queenwood. Winning time, incidentally, from Nave was 8:11.75. A little bit of a steering problem here right at the end for Tilly Morgan, but nevertheless, over she goes over the line now. So looking back at the results there, this is race 65, and first place went to Nave Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, second Addison Rolls from Queenwood, and third place Erin Cara from St Catherine's. Race 66 is already underway, and we can pick up the competitors on the big screen at the moment. Missed the start, but we do have Jessica Linehan in lane 1 from Normanhurst, Mackenzie Knott in Tara in lane 2, Madeline Swain, St Catherine's in 3, Sarah Blaney, Sydney Girls High School in 4, Lucy Miller, Pymble Ladies College in 5, Elkie Sweet Apple from Kinross Walleroy in 5, Chloe Driver, Queenwood in lane 7. In lane 8 we have Phoebe Herdman representing Roseville, and in lane 9 from Loreto Kirribilli, Alexandra Watson. At the 500 metre mark, it was Chloe Driver from Queenwood leading the push. She was almost dead heat with Madeline Swain, only less than a second difference from St Catherine's. 3 seconds beyond that came Alexander Whitson from Loreto, and less than a second again, Erica Sweetapple from Kinross. So this is going to be a close race. A lot of it yet to go, 1,500 metres of it, for example, but it looks like being a closie. Well, to remind all competitors, we're getting toward the end of our rowing program for the day, and should make sure that all those bow numbers are returned to the finishing tower. This is a plea and a demand and a command, so please get those numbers back. Well, we have some more medals to present, and they're still in the same category, the schoolgirl single scull. We're looking at race 64 first of all, and in that race for schoolgirl single scull, third place went to Mia Booth, Pymble Ladies College. Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy took out the silver, but it's Emma Jean Gray from Queenwood who gets the gold. Well done, Emma Jean. Winning time 8:06.14. Congratulations. And we can continue in the same vein at the moment. This is race 65, still in the schoolgirl single scull category over 2,000 metres. It was Erin Cara from St Catherine's who was in third place. Second place was Addison Rolls from Queenwood, but our light blue singlet from Sydney Rowing Club, Nave Turney, took out first prize. Well done, Nave. Winning time 8:11.75. We're looking down the river at the moment, the course at the moment. It's race 66, and it's Chloe Driver in the lead from Queenwood, with Madeline Swain from St Catherine's second, and Elkie Sweetapple from Kinross in fourth place. Following that, it is Alexandra Whitson from Loreto Kirribilli, Phoebe Herdman from Roseville, then Lucy Miller, Pymble Ladies College, Mackenzie Knott from Tara, and Sarah Blaney from Sydney Girls High School. So they're well spread out on this field, all over the course, so to speak. So there's no close bunch, there's no close challenges, but nevertheless, there is a winner and potential place getters. Now here we have an interesting row. It's Chloe Driver, who's certainly driving her skull home to be in first place. On behalf of Queenwood, there is a move on the far side. I think it's, yes, it is on the far side with Madeline Swain from St Catherine's. Bit of space back now to Kinross Wallaroy, Elkie Sweetapple in third place, winning time 8:17.96. Alexandra Whitson over the line for with Kirribilli, and now of course Phoebe Hardman for Roseville. Now in the centre of the field it was Lucy Miller from Pymble, and still some skulls yet to come down the course. But it's good seeing all these fields chock-a-block, and the entries being so high for these categories. Race 67 at the moment. It is underway. You'll see photos up on the big screen at the moment. They're long distance, and they're picking up almost the 500-metre mark there. And it is running through the field. Lane 1, Madeline Mannins from St Catherine's. In lane 2, Alda Dressander from Bay Skitch from Pymble. In 3, Holly Gibbons from Loreto, Normanhurst. In 4, Eliza Lilly, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Nellie Byrne from Canberra Grammar is a withdrawal. In lane 6, Charlie Grable from Roseville. In 7, Freya Bateman, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 8, Charlotte Botha from Queenwood. And in lane 9, Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Girls Grammar School. And at the 500 mark, it was Alex Perry Dalton, Canberra Grammar School, leading the push. Matt remained at the 1,000-metre also, and behind her immediately was Charlotte Botha from Queenwood, Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli, then Eliza Lilly from Canberra Girls Grammar School. So Canberra Girls Grammar, a couple of places in the first 4 there, Alex Kerry Dalton and Eliza Lilly. Conditions have changed just a fraction. The breeze has picked up. It's essentially a following breeze, slightly off that, but essentially what it is. But as I've said many times today, breezy as it may be, it's certainly not enough to give surface conditions which affect the quality of our rowing. Alex Perry Dalton in lane 9 was the leader at both the 500 and the 1,000-metre mark, and I would think my assessment looking head on is she still got that lead, but Charlotte Botha from Queenwood in the lane right beside her would, I think, be pressing, but that's a head-on view at this stage. and we have plenty of time before the finish of this race, so we can present another medal or two. We're looking at race 66 still in the classification of the schoolgirl single scull. This is Division 4, and it was Elkie Sweetapple from Kinross Walleroy judged third. Madeline Swain St Catherine's was second, but it was Chloe Driver from Queenwood who takes the gold medal. Well done, Chloe. Chloe Driver, Queenwood, winning time 8:17.93. Well done indeed. Race 66, Chloe Driver, the gold medalist from Queenwood. Well, the battle in this race is still between Charlotte Botha and Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Grammar, Girls Grammar. They were 1 and 2, but I think it might be Charlotte Botha who has now moved forward to take that first prize. She's moving the boat very, very well indeed. She does have Alex Perry Dalton right beside her, who's in a position to challenge. About 300 metres yet to go, perhaps a bit less. But I think that Charlotte Botha from Queenwood is increasing her effort and her lead. Very nice scull indeed. Second for a great majority of the course, but moved into first in this latter stages, and it will be Charlotte Botha who moves over the finishing line, representing Queenwood for first place. Right beside them, Alec Perry Dalton, Canberra Girls Grammar School in second, and I look at 7, Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli in third place. So 1, 2 and 3, all this side, the finish tower side of the regatta, of the race. So Charlotte Botha from Queenwood, followed by Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Girls, then Freya Bateman from Loreto, Canberra Girls Grammar again with Eliza Lilly, then Pimble Ladies, Alexandra Basic, and St Catherine's, Madeline Mannins, and from Roseville, Charlie Gabrielle. Well, our boat race officials are certainly keeping our program moving at the moment. The penultimate race of the day is underway at the moment. It's race 68, schoolgirl single scull yet again. Just running through the starters, in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Claudia Bridgewater. Lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, Alia Ryan. Lane 3, there's a scratching. In lane 4, from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker. In lane 5 from Barker, Rosie Fairburn. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Eliana Quatami. And in lane 4, Sydney Girls High School, Apanana Hari. And in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli Avil Contractor. And in lane 9 from Kinross Walleroy, Millie Lane. Penultimate race over 2,000 metres. That's leading up, of course, to our final race of the day, which is also schoolgirl single scull over 2,000 metres. There we see our scullers in this race, 68. Our regatta running virtually to time. Final race is, I think, underway now, or will be in a few moments. But we're looking at our penultimate race on today's program, and we're now at the 1500 metre, and it's Claudia Bridgewater in front at this stage, right on the far side, and they tend to slip out of view. On that far side, Claudia Bridgewater from Canberra Girls Grammar, then Ayla Ryan from Kinross Wallaroi right beside her in second place, and Ava Contractor from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8 in third place. That's at the 1500 metre mark. So we're in the last final stage of this race, about 400 metres yet to go. Claudia Bridgewater, Canberra Girls Grammar, leading Ayla Ryan from Kinross Wallaroi, both on the far side of the course. Then we come back to lane 8, this side of the course, where Ava Contractor from Kirribilli remains in third place. Just see our little wavelets increasing a little, breezes lifting a bit, the flags are fluttering a little more vigorously than they were earlier, but it is essentially a following breeze, and it'll add to the swiftness of the race, if anything. Lane 1, far side, Claudia Bridgewater, Canberra Girls Grammar, looks like she's a shoe-in for this race. The blue boat and the blue singlet, Ayla Ryan from Kinross Wallaroi, light beside him, and then Ava Contractor over here in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli. So these places are unchanged right from the 1500 metre, right from the 1000 metre mark, and it is a very nice win, as we called it there, with Claudia Bridgewater, Canberra Girls Grammar. First place, Ayla Ryan, Kinross Wallaroi in second, and Ava Contractor in third place, representing Loreto Kirribilli. Winning time 8:31.70. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one race yet to complete to finish our rowing program for today, the annual regatta of Loreto Normanhurst, and what a great regatta it's been. And it was a pleasure to read the history of rowing at Loreto Normanhurst as detailed in the program, and as we said at the stage, believed to be the first school in New South Wales to involve themselves in rowing as a sport, and the first school in New South Wales to actually organise a regatta. So big congratulations from Loreto Normanhurst, both on your history and today's program. We can thank the weather too. It added considerably to the pleasure of today. We're looking at race 69. We're looking at the placings as at the 1000 metre mark, and it was Naomi Pierce from Queenwood who was in first place at the 1000 metre. Then come Caitlin Nattery from Canberra Girls Grammar on lane 8 in second, and also in third place it was Abby Davis, also Canberra Girls Grammar School, in third place. So they were the placings at the 1000 metre mark, half the race yet to go. The leads at that stage were very close between first, second and third. In fact, there was about a second which separated first, second and third. Then we're back 7 or 8 seconds to third place. But we're updating that now and looking at the 1500 metre mark. And it is Queenwood, Naomi Pearce, or Peace still leading, and still the two scullers from Canberra Girls Grammar in second and third, Caitlin Natty, Abby Davis. Now they're followed by Aspen Moore from Pymble Ladies College, then Lucy Scammell from Kinross Wallarooy. So quite a gap actually between the grouping of first, second and third, a 12-13 second gap to fourth. So the challenge, if there's got to be one, it'll come from that leading group of 3. Final race of the day, who's going to take it out? And it is obvious that the breeze is lifting a bit at the moment, not enough to affect our sculling because it is a following breeze, but nevertheless it's more pleasant to have a glassy type surface. We're looking across to the Queenwood sculler, Naomi Peace, and certainly Naomi appears to be still commanding a lead there. Looking at Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls Grammar, that's on lane 8. It's a challenge, yes, and in fact it could be a very close challenge as they come up to the finishing line. So this is going to be a race, I think. Naomi Peace still has it out there, but Caitlin Natty is still here. She's lifting her rating. Can she do it in time? She's moving up. She's moving up with every stroke, but is it enough? No. About a third of a length. Very good road, Natty. Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls to narrow that gap, but Naomi Peace from Queenwood certainly hung on, and certainly hung on very well. And it will be Abby Davis in the centre of the field who takes third place for Canberra Girls Grammar. Right over to the other side, and I think it's Aspen Moore from Pymble Ladies. Over she goes now. Then it will be Lucy Scammell. Lucy's been a regular rower here over the years. Kinross Wallarooy next. And we can see the umpires' boats following the last sculler together with our rescue people out there coming in at the conclusion of this final race. Penultimate crossing of the line is Sienna Morgan from St Catherine's, and final one across the line, Caitlin Pridmore from Pymble Ladies College. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is our final race for the day. The winning time for that race was not sure, but they've taken a photo for second and third. So I called it, but again, I haven't got the same angle exactly as have those judges on the line. But there we have it now. Naomi Peace is confirmed as the winner of that event in a time of 8:39.81. But our photo gives us Caitlin Natty as second place from Canberra Girls Grammar, then Abby Davis, Canberra Girls Grammar, in third place. So a very good race to finish off the day's program. Very good program indeed. So I'd like to congratulate all those who performed today, all those who were awarded or are about to be awarded medals. We're very pleased to have you here. But we do thank, as we always do, our boat race officials, both on and off the water. There is no doubt regattas here in New South Wales are run very effectively, very efficiently, and we take our hat off to our boat race officials because, quite frankly, without their support, without their expertise, it would be very, very difficult indeed to run the regattas. Well, I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we did have some presentations to go. So here's the presentation for our penultimate event on the program. That was race 69, the schoolgirl single scull, of which there were many today, and great to see. Our bronze medal went to Ava Contractor from Loreto, Kirribilli. Second place, Ayla Ryan from Kinross, Walleroy. But it was Claudia Bridgewater from Canberra Grammar School who took out first place. Well done, Claudia. A great medal to take back to the ACT. That was race 68 on our program. Claudia Bridgewater taking the gold medal.